Huh. Oh, I forgot I was on Marina. We just ignore that. Hang on. Where is that fucking document? I definitely clicked on it. Gotcha. Oh, I did already click on it. I'm stupid. Okay. And let's move this over here. And we'll move this over here. Aha. Done. Cool. Couldn't sleep. And I saw Twitter exploding. And I realized I was definitely not going to get some sleep until I went over this. So, and then we'll do a click, boom. Done. Cool. And let me just set this into share my screen. Oh god, chat, you exploded while I wasn't looking. Have you eaten, staying hydrated, taken any meds? Thankfully, I don't take those anymore. I do have water. Hi guys. So for context, I'm very tired. I was out. Hi baby. Aw. I was out doing. Oh, why the fuck are my blinds open? Sorry, hang on. Let me just close those. I was out during the day for jury duty, and it didn't even fucking matter. Sorry, probably can't hear me. Close that. Kiss the baby on her head. Okay. Actually, no, I want my blanket. I need comfort. Right, Demona? You've got your little Jason. Oh, it's okay. You got your blankie. There you go. Yeah, blankie. Got your little Jason Voorhees blankie. You can have my sweater. There you go. And I get the evil eyes blanket. Oh, love. Okay. So, yes, for context, I had jury selection process today. We sat there in silence for 3 hours, except for one time when they called a number, but they weren't actually calling anybody in. They were just indicating that somebody had picked up the wrong fucking form, and they were trying to figure out who it was. So they woke us all up for nothing. We had a good laugh about that. And after 3 hours of sitting there, nothing, 4 hours, I don't remember. They came in and they were like, "Hey, so we decided we don't need your panel. You can go home. Also, you're excused from jury duty for the next 3 years." And I was like, if you hadn't even decided whether or not you needed the panel, why the fuck did you summon 50 people here? Shouldn't you decide if you need the panel before summoning us and wasting all of our fucking time? Whatever. Anyways, I'm spent from the day from interacting downtown and doing outdoor crowd involved shit, so I'm a little jittery in the jaw today. I apologize for that. That is the result of no longer taking that stupid medication. But I have a comfy blanket, and we have, oh good lord, a document. If you were here during...
Oh, it's exactly what I thought it was. I see it.
So if you were here, it wasn't the last stream, was it the stream before?
2 streams ago. 2 streams ago.
What?
It was 2 streams ago.
2 streams ago, yeah. So if you were here 2 streams ago, we went over a document that was created by the artist Skittles Juice, whom I have a minor connection to in that we're sort of friendly. And I did a stream to help raise money for her when she needed to move out of her parents' place. So Skittles put out a document talking about their ex-roommate, Sparrow, also known as Boxavox, also known as that the blue dude, or the dude blue.
Blue Davu,
Blue Davu, that's another one.
And or the dude blue.
Yes. That document, I was not super happy about it. Not on Skittles' end, on Sparrow's end, because the behavior that Skittles showcased through the screenshots that she provided was not good behavior on Sparrow's end. Lots of unfair expectations to be putting on the other people in your life and making them responsible for your mental health, and then getting mad when they take action to take care of your mental health.
I will say I have not read this document.
I haven't read this one either. I haven't even touched it. I just saw that it existed, and I was like, I'm not going to be able to get any fucking sleep unless I go over this right now, because I'm just going to be tossing and turning and wondering, like, what the fuck does it say?
Well, I already read the Skittles segment of it, and yeah, that's all I'm going to say on that. I already read the document before you did your stream on it.
Were Skittles or Sparrow the one in Lyo's video? Lyo's got lots of videos. I don't know what video you're talking about.
It was Sparrow.
Oh, was there like a recent video with Sparrow in it? Did Lyo do a video on Sparrow?
No. So that context, there was somebody had been basically harassing Sparrow for 5 years and stalking them and doxing them and whatnot.
Oh, that's not okay.
For like 5 years.
Yeah, that's definitely not
over. Oh no! The reason is stupider. Is over fan fiction. They're 33, by the way.
Oh my god. People come up with the dumbest fucking reasons to obsess over internet randos. It's
it bizarre. Was disgustingly gross. I will say, I'm going to keep my opinions on the minimum because I am friends with both of them.
Yeah. Wait, so they wanted people to help with their mental issues and then got mad for them for helping? No, it's because they wanted their friends and their ex to help in quote unquote, in very, very particular ways. And they got really, really ways that didn't actually make a lot of sense. And they got really angry when those friends turned to more reasonable avenues.
Are we talking about the wellness check?
Yes, we're talking about the wellness check. I'm summarizing for Dragon Kirby.
The part talking about that in specific, I'm going to spoil a little bit. It's awful, and it made me pissed off beyond belief.
Yeah, so anyways, Skittles released that document, what was it, the 26th?
No, the 25th.
The 25th. Okay, I went over it on the 26th. So now, Sparrow has released this document, and we're going to go over it, because I'm curious.
Again, I wanted to, like I said, I wanted to real quick put it out there. First of all, the reason why I wasn't in the stream, because I know someone's going to say, well, you're friends with Blue and Skittles, so then why are you only here for Blue's document being read? I had already read Skittles' document, and I already came to my own conclusions before B streamed it, so I didn't see a reason to really come in.
I was late to a party.
Even if I wanted to, I couldn't, because work had backed me up so much. I didn't have a chance to even come in and join.
Yeah, that's fair. You don't
need
to.
I had. Well, no, because I had to just go through my watch later playlists in order to make it through the workday. I couldn't even stop to pick what video I wanted to listen to. It was so bad.
Mecca Brenna, she's doing
Oh.
fine, thank you. Alright.
But yeah, I just want to put that out there because I just know someone's going to say something about it. Like, oh, why are you saying whatever about Blue in public? I'll say it gladly to his face when I'm done
Okay.
going through this with the.
Alright, so we're gonna try to get through this probably quicker than the last document, because like I said, I'm tired, I do need to sleep.
Speed run.
Yeah, speed run. But I did mention at the beginning of the Skittles document that the document was exclusively Skittles' side with a little bit of sprinkling from Sparrow's ex, and I would be curious to see Sparrow's side. So, hello, creation. This is Sparrow's side. So now it would only be fair for me to go over it and hear their perspective on everything.
It is.
Okay, thank you for your subscription, by the way.
Oh my gosh! Thank you for subscribing.
To also clarify, no, Sparrow is not 33. The person who was harassing Sparrow was 33.
Yeah,
Sparrow
like,
is 25.
Oh, I was gonna guess 26. I was weirdly close. Haha.
They're going to be 26 very soon.
Oh, okay.
So, like in 2 weeks, so they might as well be.
All right.
Oh, okay.
Here we go. So, hi.
Bees in the future.
I was hoping to have a more direct explanation of everything come from my end before it came from a third party. Additionally, I wasn't expecting a document of that magnitude dropped on me when I don't have a platform, much... I feel like your Twitter and the fact that you were a mod in Senate counts as a platform. But alright, go off, King. Much like my ex. My follower account was bigger. Yes, that's called a platform. But we're talking 37 versus 85. Oh, like you have 85 followers?
On Twitter? Yeah, I
Also,
tracked.
Okay.
if you weren't expecting public response, then why did you make it public in the first place?
My former roommate is about to break 21,000 as of writing this. Well, maybe you shouldn't have been constantly poking and prodding that former roommate with the much larger... like, is that not super obvious? Like, hey, maybe I shouldn't be shit-talking this person who's got a way bigger platform than me and who's got a bunch of dirt on me.
Low survivors, still fast behavior.
Publicly and privately. But whatever.
I was gonna say the subtweet. I watched you subtweet.
Okay, so, again, we'll see.
It wasn't even subtweeting.
Big disclaimer.
No, it was subtweeting in the beginning. It was.
Big disclaimer. I know I messed up big time. I don't deny that the words I said hurt people. While I write in this document, Mosquito Milky is now following. I hope you enjoy your stay.
Thank you.
Oh no, I lost my place. While I write in this document, I'm not at all excusing that behavior, but attempting to explain my mindset at the time. And as many of the instances shown within the past few months will tell you, I was experiencing manic episodes. Yeah, fair. And a psychotic break. And yeah, in that sense, explaining your mindset is a good idea. It still doesn't justify any of the horrible things you did, but explaining why you were thinking that way is at least a step. I'm not... psychotic break almost resulted in me taking my life. I'm not here to fluff up what I was going through with fancy descriptors to try to tell you I didn't want to do this, because that's not what needs to be said. The truth is, mental illness is an ugly struggle, and I am struggling. I only got out of the hospital on August 21st, and when I did get out, my entire world changed. To sit there and expect someone to be all better in that period of time is lying to yourself. You'd be lucky if medications are having their effect by this time. I have not been rational in a lot of my thinking. And I hate that I need to disclose some pretty deep-rooted trauma that both of them were aware of to explain why some reactions were especially vitriolic. Before I start going through this extremely personal problem point by point, here is a short list of what I deal with on a daily basis. Note, this is not to excuse any of what I did. This is to provide proper context and clarification. Not everything is black and white. Lauren and Robbie also knew about these, as I shared everything from when I came back from appointments. I suffer from the following: hypermobility spectrum disorder. This may be changed to Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, as my sister is being checked by my genetic... Okay. That's already a little different than, because Skittles described it as being Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, which, so now they're saying Sparrow's saying that they don't have a diagnosis for Ehlers-Danlos syndrome? Okay.
I'm confused.
Because it's listed as hypermobility spectrum disorder. This may be changed to Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, which tells me that they do not.
I think it's like the name of it is changing.
Is it? Okay.
I think that's what they're. I think they're saying this will be changed. Like, what was it? Something like personality. Partly as a BPD was once like a different thing.
What is okay? So so it looks like it may just be like an instance of it's something where like the name is changing.
Yeah, I think I think that's what they mean.
Okay, that's good to know. Problem areas or problem joints include my right hip, both knees, my right shoulder, and my thumbs. This does not mean I don't experience joint pain in other locations of my body. A notable recurring issue I've had without warning is my knees and elbows like to subluxate and give out at random times. Oh, I've had that happen before. My knees especially. Elbow tends to happen if I'm hanging something up and reaching too high. If you've ever dislocated anything, you know how painful a sublux can be. Postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome, POTS. While mine is not as severe as others in terms of fainting, it was proven with a sit-stand test due to how quickly my blood pressure... Oh, okay, so I presume this is like a thing where you faint if you stand up too quickly.
So like somebody with a low iron intake.
Yep, it's an abnormally large increase in heart rate upon standing.
I'm back.
Okay, yeah, so this is something that like you could
It's iron
faint.
deficiency.
Yeah, you could faint or get dizzy, have a dizzy spell, or get fatigued if you stand up too quickly if you have this condition. Okay. Reiterating my earlier statement of Sparrow is delicate boy. While mine is not as severe as others in terms of fainting, it was proven... Yeah, okay. So it's not severe, but he still has it. GERD. I've once given myself bronchitis due to this, as I was aspirating stomach acid in my sleep. It's now managed through medication if taken properly. That's good, at least. Barrett's esophagus. Confirmed after an upper endoscopy on March 9th. This March 9th? That's very recent. Well, actually, no. I'm pretty late in the year. What am I talking about? Mine is very mild.
I'll say you have like 4 months left of the year.
Mine is very mild, however. I am now at an increased risk of esophageal cancer. Thankfully, less than 10% of people with this will develop cancer. As much as I've hit the bad luck lottery, I'm hoping I won't later deal with something worse. Okay.
And I also hope that would happen.
Okay, I understand the necessity in listing the mental health disorders, because the mental health disorders are specifically going to make thinking in particular ways difficult. I admit I'm not as versed into why we are getting an explanation as to their physical conditions. I understand that they are causing...
I would like to assume it's for later down the road.
Yeah, presumably it's like to fill us in on like the extent of the pain that they were experiencing. But like I feel like you don't need to go into this level of depth to specifically make note of like this condition makes me more susceptible to cancer, this does like this seems very unnecessary. Like the specifically the note of like means I'm now at risk of cancer.
Yeah, that part
it may be true. It may be true, but I don't see why it's needed here.
Again, I think when it comes to the other aspects of their physical difficulties, I think that's something that will be talked about later. Again, I haven't read the doc at all.
Okay.
I'm kind of shooting at the hip here, but I don't. Yeah, the cancer thing kind of bothers me. I'm not even gonna lie to you.
This line as well. As much as I've hit the bad luck lottery, I'm hoping I won't later deal with something worse. That maybe that's me. That sounds like vague sympathy baiting.
No, yeah, definitely.
Because you're like, oh yeah, I've already got like all of these terrible options. I've had the bad luck lottery. What else could go wrong? Let's hope. Like that line in
I mean, I don't
particular
want
and the acknowledgement of cancer sounds like sympathy baiting to me.
I mean, I can speak for everyone and say we hope you don't get it. However,
Yeah,
that's
no,
not.
I don't wish
It
cancer
really
on
wasn't
anybody.
needed.
Well, unless it's like Hitler. If somebody came up to me and they were like, "Hey, do you want Hitler to get cancer?" I'd be like, "Yeah, sure, that's fine."
Yeah, a pedophile comes up to you and goes, "Yeah, I have like terminal cancer." I'm like, "Oh, you want me to help you quick in the face?"
Knock
There's a few
knees.
people I would laugh about if I found out they had cancer.
I mean, there's a
Oh,
couple
God,
people I would
dude.
laugh about. There's not anyone I would
Did you
wish
just
shit
dead
upon.
name me on the internet?
That was an accident. I'm so sorry.
It's fine.
It was muscle memory. I'm so sorry.
It's okay, it happens.
Okay.
Apologies.
At least you didn't put it in a video.
Knock knees, likely caused by the Ehlers Danlos thing. Danlos. My knees tilt inward. My knees float in my leg as opposed to being firmly held in place. If PT does not help and pain continues, mostly on the insides of the knees, orthopedic surgery to reshape the end of the fiber. Maybe again, we don't need to know that. We just need to know the extent of the pain that you are in. We do not need to know any potential surgeries or things that may or may not fucking happen in the future. That is sympathy baiting because it is not currently a thing that you are dealing with. You are just speculating about things that may happen to you in the future that may make your life more difficult. This is sympathy baiting. Yeah, like, we only need to know the things that are currently a fucking issue. We do not to know that you may develop cancer in the future because you don't have cancer right now, so it is not an issue. You can talk about how you worry about the possibility of developing cancer, and that you can talk about, like, the effect that that has had on your stress levels. But that's not what I'm seeing here. I'm hoping we see maybe some of that a little later down the line. But right now, we do not need any of this.
Yeah, I was trying to give you the benefit of the doubt, but I'm starting to slowly I'm starting to see more on B side here. That's
like
it's
in particular
really
it's in particular like the I hope I won't get something worse, and the like, if this doesn't help and the pain continues, I'm gonna need surgery.
It's like,
it's not enough. You don't need to put that there.
Yeah,
was this happening at the time of your stuff? That's what this document is to explain, right?
This is
it's
not
to
stuff
explain...
that you were going through or are currently going through. This is something that you speculate you might have to deal with in the future. We don't need it here.
Yeah, if this document is meant to explain your mind on what was happening at the time, this is like completely irrelevant.
Because you didn't have cancer, so it's not like you were freaking out because you had cancer. If you want to be all like, oh, I've been stressing over the possibility of getting it, that's one thing. But so far, that's not what this is.
Even then, though, just the mere mention of it, it's that kind of, it bothers me. I'm not even gonna lie to you, that kind of bothers me. Just the simple mention of it.
Okay, fibromyalgia.
And I'm not saying that.
Sorry.
I'm not saying they're doing this for like. No, you're fine. I'm not saying that Blue's doing this for malicious purposes to sympathy bait or to guilt trip.
But that is what it
What
feels
I am
like.
saying, it's what it feels like. And I understand that this is an emotional piece, just by the circumstances of the situation.
I'm gonna go ahead and say it may not be intentional, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was, because they have intentionally done it in the past. They are so not above doing that intentionally and maliciously, as we've seen.
Dark Gold. Sorry. I will give an additional rundown. Skittles is an artist on Twitter who a few days ago released a document on their ex-roommate Sparrow, also known as Boxavox, also known as Blue Davu, also known as the Dude Blue. In the document, Skittles detailed a lot of very concerning behaviors that pointed to Sparrow having manipulative, toxic tendencies that were weighing negatively on Sparrow and their now current ex, Robbie, who is also mentioned heavily in the doc. This, since Skittles got her side out, this document is Sparrow's side of the situation.
Oh, sorry.
But what I was saying earlier is that I do not want to believe that Sparrow is doing that and then maliciously like bringing up the possibilities of future problems they'll have to deal with. But I will say, like,
They
bluntly,
may not
like that's
realize how that sounds.
they're not, and like this whole situation is emotional just by default. It's a very emotional situation altogether. But that being said, you know, you are trying to get out. If you are kind of to Sparrow and to everybody else, whoever ends up in the situation, hopefully you don't. What I'm saying is that if you are making a factual, my side of the story statement, the best that you can, if you, to the best of your abilities, try to keep any emotional language or emotional
to a minimum.
To a minimum.
Yeah.
Yes, you are going to, no matter what, you are going to at some point say like, this really affected me because of this, this, and this. Like, that's not the problem I'm having here. The problem I'm having here is right off the bat, you're talking about, I could get cancer from this whole, this specific ailment that I have.
Yeah.
And, you know, people don't want to think badly about somebody if they could potentially have cancer.
Actually, for like a learning experience, this could be worded in a way to make it better if like it stuck to certain facts. Like, okay, if Sparrow had listed the condition that he had and then given a breakdown of what that condition's general symptoms are, and then specifically how it affects him, like how his symptoms manifest, that would have been fun.
If he was like, this is a definition of what this is a potential thing that could happen.
I have these symptoms.
Clarify, like, this is what it does to me.
Yes. And like even with the GERD, like the GERD one, for example, you could be like, GERD does this, this, and this. I as a result, I have these symptoms, these symptoms, these symptoms. These have been so severe in the past that I have, at least on one occasion, aspirated myself to the point of having bronchitis. Obviously you can word it better than that, but that gives us an idea of specifically how severe the symptoms are on the individual without tugging at our heartstrings with that individual talking about like exactly how painful it is. Like from
it's painting a factual picture.
Yeah, and people with empathy will be, the esophagus is your throat. People with empathy will hear a person describe, like, even just describing the nature of the pain process. Like if I describe to you breaking, like if somebody breaks their arm or their collarbone or something, and they describe to you like I broke my collarbone, you may not inherently know what that feels like, but you can empathize with it. So if someone says like, oh god, for GERD you could just what does GERD do? I need like a proper example. I know Corpse has it. Connect to your stuff. Backwash. To irritate the lining. Okay. And then
it's acid reflux.
Oh, okay.
Is it acid reflux? I thought it was something different.
Acid reflux, also
really, really bad acid reflux.
Gastroesophageal reflux disease.
Oh, it's like me trying to pronounce Quetzalcoatl. Fuck.
Quetzalcoatl.
Gastroesophageal.
No, you need the at the end.
The what?
The T and the L.
No,
because
I simply will not.
It makes it sound similar to here. Yeah, here.
I simply will not do that. I will do that just to make you annoyed.
Hi, Mimi Diggs.
Oh,
I haven't seen you in months, and I am currently suffering from GERD. Also, Mimi, I accidentally sent you a message on Discord. I'm sorry. You probably were like, why the fuck do I have a message that says I don't have a message? Because I was going to ask you something, and because like a friend informed me about a thing, but I found out that Julie had already asked you, and I was like, oh. I'm a dumb.
Wait, okay, yeah,
Okay,
I know
cool.
exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, so
Sorry,
I
Mimi.
deleted that message. I apologize if I scared you. Also, thank you for subscribing for 10 months. What the fuck? Was that because I scared you? I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
The cryptic one notification, but when you look, there's
Nothing
nothing.
there.
It
Yeah, so
Also,
It's
I
not-
think the word
it was-
the name.
was never there.
yeah,
I think the name you were trying to pronounce is Quetzalcoatl.
quit. Fuck.
I feel like we're spending too much time on this.
Yes. Okay.
Huitlapochtli.
So yeah, if they had worded this way more factual with regards to like what the condition entails, and then been like it affects me in these specific ways, then they could have given the example of I had gotten bronchitis as a result of this, and then describe what bronchitis entails so that we understand that as well. You don't need to go through like you don't need to say like I was aspirating in my sleep, it's now managed and taken through medication. It just little things like that to like factualize things and remove some of the, I don't want to say remove some of the emotion, but basically.
What's another noun name again?
Fibromyalgia. Nerve pain and joint pain would affect each other in a various cycle. I'm on Cymbalta. Oh, good luck. At this point in time, to help with anxiety and also the overactive nerves, enough stress makes it return through the medication. Recurring asthma, bronchitis.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Which
something
one?
about the fibromyalgia one too. Like they just say I'm on the medication, but like how does the fibromyalgia affect you? Like the way I describe like when mine kicks in, I've described it on stream like this in the past, is like tiny little elves jabbing you repeatedly with a needle. Since having gotten tattoos, I can just tell you it feels like getting a tattoo. But like when you're not expecting it.
A surprise tattoo.
Really? I feel like the fibromyalgia one specifically would have benefited from that, like describing how the fibromyalgia pain manifests for you specifically, like coming up with something to equate it to. I don't know if tiny little elf with needles works for you, but maybe you have something similar. Recurring asthma bronchitis syndromes. Well, you did have bronchitis. Potentially long COVID from when I got the virus. Oh, in March 2020. Used an albuterol rescue inhaler through the first year. Not nearly as severe now, and one of the milder, if not mildest, issues I deal with. Okay. Chronic fatigue. Between the pain and low energy levels, I would sleep for 12 to 16 hours a day. I mean, in fairness, that sounds more like a symptom of all of the other conditions. Like fibromyalgia in general can cause chronic fatigue. I had a period for a while where I was only able to stay awake for like 4 hours at a time. It was weird. I'd like sleep for 4 hours, be awake for 4 hours, sleep, be awake, sleep, be awake, sleep, be
I've
awake.
had
But
that.
I could not stay up past 4 hours for some fucking reason.
It was, yeah, I've had that before, and it is really bad.
So that I can totally understand. That makes, like, in that regard, I am so lucky that I am self-employed because, fuck.
Life is like a daze during those periods.
Yes. Oh my, that's a really... Wait.
Are you okay?
I'm sorry, I just thought back to when...
Be debated. Be.
I just realized at what time period I was doing that.
Okay,
Sorry.
I have to ask, what chapter of...
Okay, sorry. Like after it. Although maybe I'm thinking... whatever, it's hard to tell. Sorry, ignore me. Recurring chronic separation anxiety. This is something that stems from when I was a toddler. My older half-sister was ripped away from us for about a decade when I was around 18 months. Parents claimed I used to ask where she was for weeks after this event. I went through therapy through the schools at a young age, as I would break down for years whenever my mom would drop me off at school. I didn't think she was coming back. I don't like the inclusion of that one. I'm going to hold off on explaining why, because that may change depending on how things progress.
Yeah.
I would like people in the chat to remind me about that later on.
I'll remind you.
Thank
I
you.
never forgot.
Yeah, that's true. Obviously, this has gotten much better, and yes, I can now handle people not talking to me when I'm in the proper mindset. That's not okay. With other disorders, compounding reactions listed below, it's difficult to pull myself out of that mindset when it does happen. So much as saying, I can't right now, I need time to myself, dramatically reduces the reaction. Communicate this with me, and I... Wait.
Huh?
You read that again?
It's difficult to pull myself out of that mindset when it does happen. So much as saying, I can't right now, I need time to myself, dramatically reduces the reaction. Communicate this with me, and I can handle it.
Are you sure?
Okay. Didn't want to have to bring up Skittles' document so soon. But I feel the need to note that we did see, in Skittles' document, Skittles stated that she needed time. At which point Sparrow spiraled. And over the course of an hour sent Skittle 31 messages, ending in, I think I'm just going to block you. I hope I don't wake up tomorrow. There was a little more after the I think I'm just going to block you, but that's what I remember from it. I'm sorry.
No, that was the last message.
I don't
That was the last message, and that's why Lauren freaked out, and that's why the wellness check was called, because that was how Sparrow ended things off on Discord.
Now, since Sparrow says here that it dramatically reduces the reaction, obviously that means it doesn't...
What is the regular reaction then?
Yeah.
Apparently what she did to Robbie. Or, they. I was thinking about Lauren, sorry.
It's fair. This is why I prefer I don't know the assigned at birth. It just fucks with you. It's just like, it gets everything scrambled up, and it's just like, I just needed to know the one thing.
Pronouns now!
It's they, he, I believe.
Yeah. I've literally not slipped up once since the document happens, and I slip up now while we're live to 58 people. That's amazing.
We apologize.
It helps. It's retribution for what I do. Now we're on even playing. Now we're on an even playing field.
Okay. We got one dead name. We got one misgender.
Yeah. So while Sparrow says it reduces the reaction, they then go on to say, communicate this with me, and I can handle it, which we've already seen an example of you not being able to handle it. So either you think you can handle it and you need to actually readdress things, or you're lying. Yeah, you can do the thing. I'm sorry, I need to make more of those. I really Oh, maybe I'll turn the axolotls into some of those. That would be fucking perfect. I just need to get those done first. Wait! Okay, I have something that I might be able to turn into one. Maybe. We'll see. Okay. Trichotillomania. Plucking and pulling of hair due to stress. This started November 2021. At the time, I buzzed my hair down to stop myself from picking bald patches. Months later, when my testosterone kicked in and I had a beard, I moved to plucking those hairs. Okay, we don't need to know any of this. All we need to know is that you have trichotillomania, and it means that when you are stressed, you pluck your hair. That is all we need to know. Bipolar, I'll read the rest of it because, obviously Sparrow intends for us to know this, but, this is not how you know.
You're trying again. I'm assuming that the not objection, the help me here.
Define it.
Words.
Define it. What word? Define.
The end goal starts with an O.
Objective.
Objective.
Excuse me.
Adjective.
I had a mental breakdown for a second. Oh, Jesus. Anyway.
You're not the only one.
Oh,
Well, let's not. The fact of the matter is that the objective here is to lay out context. Please stop adding the emotional.
yeah.
Be minimal with the emotional tugs, please.
Yeah, like I had to specifically, like, I had to buzz my hair to stop myself from picking bald patches. That is emotionally tugging at our heartstrings, because now we feel sympathy for you because you had to shave your head. But, like,
Also, the second part is also just that again.
to put it into
You're
context,
supposed
what if Lauren Skittles at the beginning of her document did like a big fucking 3 pages of sympathy sharing, of talking about like every bad thing that happened in her life to give us like the context of why she acts the way that she does. Like, that wouldn't be okay. So why is this?
I mean, the most that she said was, "I have trouble with conflict."
Yeah, which, like, that's fine. We don't need to understand why you have that trouble. We just have to know that, like, the issue exists. All you have to do is factually tell us the issue and how those symptoms specifically manifest in you. Like, that's it. We don't need
Oh my god.
sympathy stuff.
Sorry.
Okay.
The empathy and sympathy shit is starting to actually kind of get on my nerves, because it's not you want people to see your if you want people to see your side, they're going to come up with their own conclusions. They're going to probably have the empathy aspect on their own. You don't need to handhold us for the empathy. You don't need to hold our hand and make us feel it even more. If we are going to feel empathetic towards it, it's going to happen.
Okay, this one I feel is important to mention. Bipolar disorder type 1. Actually, what's the difference between what type? Okay. Diagnosed after December 2022 and hospitalization. Extremely hard to pull out of the spiral, and the spiral happens fast. Okay. I would like to make note, they specified earlier that Lauren and Robbie, Lauren being Skittles, also knew about these, as I shared everything from when I came back from appointments. Bipolar disorder type 1, extremely hard to pull out of the spiral, and the spiral happens fast. So you're telling me Skittles is aware that you are difficult to pull out of this spiral, and it can happen very quickly. And you're upset that she then called professionals. Okay. I guess because Robbie reaching out would have been faster. But the point is, you don't get to force
Dude, it gets
Robbie
so much
to do
worse.
that. Okay.
It is the stuff said in this document later on about that whole thing is mind-shatteringly terrible.
Borderline personality disorder. Brand new diagnosis as of August 2023. Hospitalization. Cool. Wait. Okay, so they, like, really recently came to understand that you had this. So, like, Skittles and Robbie potentially had not gotten used to the fact of the border. Like, yeah, it's, I guess, how you acted, but you didn't have the diagnosis before.
They had the diagnosis last year, right?
No, it says August 2023.
For the BPD, the bipolar disorder.
No,
is
the borderline.
this year.
Yeah, bipolar disorder was last year in December. The borderline personality disorder was August.
Oh, I got them
2023.
mixed up. I
Yes.
can't read. Sorry,
It's
I'm
okay.
from over the border. If you get what I mean.
Okay, cannot be treated with medication. Dialectical behavioral therapy is the only way to wait, how? Okay, I'll take the word that it seems weird to be all like, it cannot be treated with medication. Like, you just got diagnosed. How do you know that for sure? Like, are you allergic to all of the medications? But I assume that's just me being ignorant because I'm not a fucking doctor.
I was actually going to say, I can actually give some insight on this. My brother has BPD. My brother has BPD, and it's not like a thing you can kind of suppress most of the time. Like, you know, with ADHD, you can usually can deal with it with like Adderall.
Yes. Okay.
There's not really something for BPD like that. It's not that simple.
Okay.
It's very much a case-by-case basis. There are medicines that can help specific people, but there's no medicine that helps you.
Yeah, like one thing cures all type.
Right. It's not like ADHD, Adderall. It's not like Lexapro with depression.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like, there's no medicine for BPD. There can be medicine to help with specific people, not with mood swings and stuff like that. Like, it's not that simple. And a lot of the times it takes a lot of testing out medication to see what sticks.
Oh, wait, why did you
for you?
Okay, sorry.
What did it do?
Not you. The document says, like, yeah, everything Lauren and Robbie knew about, except in obsessive compulsive. They're like, actually, they may not have known about this one.
My dude.
So, obsessive compulsive, I can't remember if I did tell them before contact was cut off. Only mentioned by my psychiatrist in late August 23 and categorized as an anxiety personality disorder with indecisiveness, excessive doubt, and perfectionism that leads to the inability to complete tasks. As with BPD, therapy is the only known management technique. Cognitive behavioral therapy is known to be helpful. CBT is ineffective for treating BPD. Due to how recent both this diagnosis and the BPD are, it is unclear as to how to tackle treatment going forward, if one type of therapy will be enough or if others will be needed, how they will interact, etc. Well, that's why I was like, why did you cut out medication? Because some people can be treated with medication to a degree for BPD, but whatever. I
say that with my brother. Because, like, you know my situation with my brother.
Yeah.
So a lot of that also has to do with the fact that he already was taking a shit ton of medication already. So that, again, it can be a case-by-case basis from my understanding, obviously. If somebody who actually has, like, that kind of thing can prove me wrong, I will gladly hear it out. But I know with my brother, it's not like Lexapro, it's not like Adderall. You know, it's not necessarily like that to my understanding. I'm gonna put that asterisk on there because I am looking at the chat.
I do find it interesting that we are being given diagnoses that are this apparently recent. I don't know about you. I feel like I wouldn't have full confidence in a diagnosis that soon.
What's the oldest diagnosis on here?
Oldest one? I don't know. It's just like, it just specifically makes note that, like, these were diagnosed in, like, the last month. And it's like, I don't know if I would trust a diagnosis that fucking fast, especially one that, like, I don't really know how Sparrow and their therapists go about things, but, like, I don't know if I would trust a diagnosis being given to me that fast. I feel like I would have to, like, come to terms with it, but maybe that's just me. Maybe Sparrow, like, really, really trusts his therapist, which, like, good for him. Generally, sorry, that probably sounded weird. No, good for him if he trusts his therapist. Gender dysphoria. Well, that sounds Typical. On top of everything else, I'm a trans-masc individual who is medically transitioning. Good luck. My top surgery has been postponed due to concerns of who will be able to help me post-op. Yeah, we don't need to know that. That is sympathy baiting. I'm coming up on 2 years on T, injection later gel due to concern of bipolar disorder. We don't need to know that. And I received tubal ligation back in April, only after my hysterectomy in December 22 was denied for not being trans enough. We don't need to. We don't need to know that. That's sympathy baiting.
That I received this ... only because of this sad thing that happened to me.
Yes, that we don't need to know that at all. All you need to make note is that you have gender dysphoria, and if you want to, you can expand on that by being like, I am trans-masc. You don't need to talk about like all the difficulties you've had with transitioning. That's
like 99% of trans people go through barriers and gatekeeping and setbacks in a medical transition. That's just how it is right now in the current state of the world.
It's also like I tied this back to earlier. Like, what if Skittles had given us this long diatribe about like every bad thing that happened in her life that made her fear confrontation? Like, it wouldn't be okay there. So why are we bringing this stuff up here?
Oh my God, B.
Yeah.
I'm the anonymous little animal in the corner. You're a crow.
You're a hamster. I
am a hamster.
I am a crow.
Oh my gosh. Okay, now I need to draw BNI as a hamster from.
Okay. So, all, with the exception of one, were things that Robbie and Lauren were aware of. I did nothing but be transparent with what I was going through medically. Was I always verbal about every one of the low spells I dealt with? No, and I will take fault there. What does... However, as my support network, I wish they would have explained some of their own concerns. According to Skittles, Robbie did try to explain his concerns, and one of the concerns was that you were not listening to the concerns. Sometimes I was so deep in the low spell or just plain existing, I wasn't seeing what they were seeing. If I was told by them that I needed help, though there may be some resistance in terms of fear, I always got help. So Skittles making a wellness check on you wasn't that?
Also, some resistance. They might be putting it a bit light.
Yeah, sorry, but them calling a wellness check on you is them telling you you need to get help. They may not be saying it to you directly, but they're saying it to you. Also, Sketchy Beck has followed, and hello, I hope you enjoy your stay here.
Whoa, I'm sorry. I did not mean to permit that term.
Oh.
How do I undo that? Okay, I keep going. I know my way around Twitch.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I looked over, I was like, wait. Oh. Yup. Nope. Any case, in the end, I've always gotten help when I needed it, including the suicide attempt. My more physical ailments over time, I would let ride for longer, primarily joint issues. Was that okay? Wait, I would let ride for longer, primarily joint issues. Was that okay? Probably not. That could have been seen as a method of... Oh! Sparrow. Skittles didn't bring that up in the slightest. What the
Wait,
fuck?
I'm sorry.
What the fuck are you doing here? Skittles says, my more physical ailments over time, I would let ride for longer, primarily joint issues. Was that okay? Probably not. That could have been seen as a method of self-harm in and of itself.
Dude.
So, now you want to tell us me not taking care of my chronic pain conditions. Don't even fucking start with me. Whoo. Though it needs to be said that the nature of my joint issues, I found making appointments for every little flare-up to be a waste of little time. Though it needs to be said that the nature of my joint issues... Oh, God, there needs to be better punctuation here. Though it needs to be said that the nature of my joint issues, I found making appointments for every little flare-up to be a waste of the little time I did have. By the time I was seen, of course, the joint I initially called about would be fine. I resorted to seeing my hip and knee specialist at his secondary location an hour's drive away in 2 weeks versus having to wait 2 months for the primary location. This would still sometimes result in appointments being a nothing burger and we don't need any of this. Like, it's already so fucking hard to read. There is still not enough research into this disorder, and I was having to leave my office job to go to these appointments to get tests done. Oh, boo-hoo. One involved a long needle going deep into my hip joint to inject contrast for an MRI. Boo-hoo. This is pity. Fucking... Ugh. I bring all of this up to ensure we detail everything. Well, by that logic, Skittles should have given us her fucking life story. I had no idea my depression, nesting, and a half-eaten burrito because I was struggling to walk would be brought up to that... I was struggling to walk. Therefore, I left a half-eaten burrito on the floor. Why was the burrito on the floor? Why was it left there? Why didn't you, like, call over to someone and be like, hey, guys, I am having difficulty standing or walking or anything. There's a burrito on the floor and I cannot reach it. Please help me. I mean, granted, I don't know what the fuck went on, but, like, come on. Who fucking cares? With all of this out of the way, I want to go through Lauren's document. For legal purposes...
I brought it up to thousands of people. I thought you only had 87 followers.
I mean, well, no, because Lauren has 21,000.
Oh, that's true. Good for her.
Yeah, woo! Woo! Celebrate good times. Okay,
How the fuck do I do this? Sorry.
For legal purposes, I must be very careful when addressing anything involving my ex, Robbie, due to the temporary restraining order. Which...
Oof.
So, for context, chat, a judge granted Robbie a temporary restraining order against Sparrow. If I'm remembering that correctly. Unless Sparrow did it and I'm just fucking high.
No, Robbie did it.
Okay, yes. Robbie issued, or had a judge issue, a court issue, a temporary restraining order against Sparrow. A court looked at this and was like, yes, you have a reason to get a restraining order. So we can at least acknowledge that as being a fact here. Oh, depression wasn't on the list, bipolar is. I mean, you can get depressive episodes as a result of bipolar disorder, from what I remember. Can I ask the dumb thing here? Where were the other housemates is the idea they want to ask. Why?
Skittles works from home.
Yeah, she's always there!
Skittles, I don't doubt.
Oh my god!
I have no doubt that Skittles would have, I don't doubt Skittles would have been happy to help. I don't know specifically about Robbie's work situation, but I'm only assuming he leaves to work. But Skittles works from home.
Maybe this was the week when Skittles was away at her parents' house, but like...
Well, that's not specified here, surprisingly.
All the fuck? Okay,
of all the things that's not specified. Of all the things that's not specified.
B, I think I fucked up.
Go, can you not get it off?
I can't find that one. I can't find it on the Twitch settings. I've done it before. I just don't remember how.
I'll look at. Are you on?
Oh! We're good. I found out how.
Okay.
We're good.
Okay, so
cool.
To continue, at the time of writing this part, the 27th, We still have yet to receive the orders in the mail saying whether it was dismissed or extended. The order is only in Robbie's name, not Lauren's.
That's not...
That...
No.
Don't...
No, wait. No,
Wait,
this
I'm
is the
sorry.
same
Where
problem.
was that?
No. Hold on. Hold the fucking phone real quick. I have the stick for a second here. Sparrow? No. You are smarter than this. I'm speaking directly to you. You are smarter than that. Is the same bullshit you tried to say with, oh, my name is on the lease. I can go in whenever I want. No. You moved out.
My man.
Lauren lives there. Robbie lives there. You do not get... It is not a free pass to go harass somebody else just because the one other person that lives in there you can't legally harass. That's not right. You know that's not right, and that's incredibly fucked up. I'm very disappointed in you for this statement. I'm very disappointed in you for this statement.
My man. Sorry.
I'm going to be the contrarian and try to give Sparrow the benefit of the doubt in that this was very poorly worded because it sounds like a threat. I'm just going to acknowledge that maybe this was intended to be like an acknowledgement that they may not talk about Robbie in this document because of the restraining order, but because Skittles released her document, it would only then be fair to respond, but I don't know.
No, I don't actually... No, actually, because they already talked about the fact that they can't talk about Robbie, so why do they have to reiterate it this way?
Yeah.
It is so fucking...
They already simply said, I cannot talk about Robbie because of the restraining order. And then they go on to say, oh, well, that doesn't mean that Lauren has the restraining order. No, that's fucked up, and you fucking know that, Sparrow. That's fucked up.
Sparrow's thing this entire time has been Robbie blocked them, wouldn't talk to them, and so Sparrow went through Lauren the entire time to try and force that connection, and now Robbie has literally gotten the law involved to legally block you, and now you're like, well, it's only Robbie.
I'm still gonna do it to Skittles, though.
Go to jail. Go to jail.
No, I'm not gonna go that far, but like, no, that statement very much, you're smarter than that. You are smarter than that. You know how, you have to know how that comes across.
Actually,
you have to know.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, oh, maybe Sparrow justifies it in, like, oh, because Skittles released her document first. Except Skittles released her document specifically because Sparrow was saying shit and trying to contact her friends and shit. Like, I was tagged by fucking Sparrow on Twitter. I didn't realize it at the time, being all like, and I'm sorry to Ponder Sprocket for helping Skittles. Like, he was outright, like, tagging and being all, like, publicly claiming that Skittles lied about where the fucking money for her thingy went, like she'd scammed all of us or something.
And I want
like,
to say
you were trying to start shit first.
Exactly. That came out before the document. Lauren only made that document because Sparrow started saying shit about her publicly by name, accusing her of stuff. So Lauren's like, alright, guess I gotta respond. And then you have the audacity to say, didn't expect that. Yeah. Shut the fuck up, you stupid bitch.
Here's the thing. Here's how I see it. I believe everyone has the right to defend themselves. But no, you Blue. You cannot sit there and realistically say you did not start this. I doubt Lauren has the capacity to talk about this whole thing to her 21,000 followers.
I would
simply be without being provocated.
I would also like to point out, in this context, Sparrow writing it here, it's almost like you're acknowledging that you're still going through, like, the way it's written here, like, with the context that we have, that you, like, that Sparrow has been, like, tweeting about Skittles directly. it's almost like Sparrow is acknowledging that they are still going through Lauren to get Robbie in the way that they were doing before.
Not Moonlit Butterfly shading us.
Like maybe they don't realize it, but that's what this is. This is Sparrow making note that they are going to continue going through Lauren because they can't get to Robbie.
Because
we're gonna
the law.
we're gonna say our thoughts. So if you want us to hurry up, and
Okay.
we'll get there. But we also have the right to get our thoughts out. So just saying.
So this time
I'm genuinely annoyed right now. So I'm not in the mood.
something very important in the next paragraph that will never get there at this rate. I'm sorry. This document is not for him. Nothing will be addressed to him directly or otherwise. Okay, well, any parts where interaction between myself and him happened either before I was served or the date of the hearing we had on the 22nd. So to Lauren and the rest of the third parties who will be reading, please let me give full context to everything that happened, piece by piece, regarding my failed relationship and friendship. As much as she is deserving of her chance to speak, I hope you will listen to my side. We're trying. We're doing our best. We're not liking what we're hearing, honey. Where it all began. I use that in a very gender neutral way, I assure you.
Oh yeah, if I ever refer to anyone as like
Sister,
girl, what the fuck,
bitch,
or like
girl,
girl, gender neutral,
yeah,
girl,
non-binary,
girl, queer,
girl queer is a good way to go.
It's like the same thing as calling everyone a queen. That just happens in the queer spaces that I'm in.
Yeah, everyone's queens.
Everyone's queens. Everyone's girls. Everyone's sisters.
Okay. Where it all began.
Dude, I just need to say dude.
I'm not entirely sure why the conversation prior to her leaving for a vacation was brought up as the beginning of the events. The conversation had gone well. It seemed to be fine, and I didn't connect that event. Yes, things were on the up and up. I relayed that I was struggling and I did want to help more, but also reiterated so Lauren could hear that I lost my state health insurance. I was also in danger of losing... Wait. So Robbie came to you with his concerns, as we read in Skittles' previous document, and your response, according to you, is to say, yeah, I do want to help more. Here are all of these reasons why I can't help more. Okay. Please tell me there was a little more productive conversation beyond that point, because that just sounds, not great. I'm gonna hope you actually tried to, like, talk it out and come up with reasons you could help more, or ways.
There's a video, by the way.
About this?
Oh!
Yes.
Okay, we'll go
About
over that next.
This.
We'll go over that next.
Sparrow released a video that is literally just 18 minutes of them talking while driving, and you can't see anything in the video.
Okay.
Okay, I've got it up just in case. Alright. So, where were we? Okay. Yes, things were on the up and up. I realized I was struggling. I did want to help more, but I also reiterated so Lauren could hear that I lost my state health insurance. That is interesting. I was also in danger of losing my family health insurance. Is it like specifically interesting that you make note that you wanted Lauren to be whatever? At the age of 26, you cannot be on your parents' plan anymore. Going on my parents' plan also meant I now had copays for every appointment and medication, of which there are many. That, yes, I was struggling, and I know that that didn't excuse anything. I expressed guilt for my behavior, and we discussed communicating more effectively.
Okay. And this is the conversation they had on the couch, right?
This is the on the floor. Floor, couch, I don't remember. You express guilt for your behavior and you discuss communicating more effectively. Why didn't you discuss ways that you could help despite the struggles that you were facing. Like,
holy shit.
Like, even if... Even...
I don't know.
But you
don't know.
saying that just made me had a breakthrough with someone totally different. So thank you.
Of all the things that should be more in detail, I feel like that should also be detailed if it did happen.
Yeah, like, this was not a... I'm sorry, Sparrow, but the way you describe this is not, I think, as productive a conversation as you seem to think it is. Because Robbie is expressing that, like, or presumably, based on what I have heard, that, like, he needed help, and the fact that they weren't getting anything from you was a concern. And you think it went well because, seemingly, you expressed guilt for not being able to help. You explained further reasoning as to why you would be even less able to help. And then you discussed avenues of communicating that better.
Okay.
That
Again, maybe they also talk about how they can help, but they're not saying that here, which I don't know why they wouldn't.
All this tells me is that the conversation, when Robbie specifically came to you expressing that he had concerns in that, like, he was struggling because he needed help, was you piling on your own inability to help him, thus reaffirming that he was not going to get any help. Like, granted, I wasn't there, but I don't think that was maybe as productive as you think it was. Maybe. Based on the little snippets I'm kind of getting.
All the things, you should probably be a bit more specific about this.
Mm-hmm. I mean, in fairness, I can't always remember specific words and phrases that are used. You sort of just get the general idea.
You can remember conversation. You can remember things that are talked about. Like, you can remember if, say you and I had a problem with, it's like, we have problems with communication. Let's talk about the ways that we can communicate better. Let's talk about how, we can do things, or like, what if we live together, and I was bad about taking out the trash or cleaning out the refrigerator. A way to do that, a way to, fix the issue, is leave a sticky note on the refrigerator. Don't forget to clean it at so-and-so time every week.
Oh, hang on. Moonlit Butterfly pointed something out. At the age of 26, you cannot be on your parents' plan anymore. Is only if you are not getting your insurance through your job. Last time, the point of Sparrow leaving their job was a big fucking point. So either she never got insurance through that job, or fill in the blank. State health insurance.
Sparrow goes by Hide. If that's, are they talking about Lauren, or are they talking about Sparrow? If you're talking about Sparrow, it should be Hide. If you're talking about Lauren, it should be Hide.
Their fucking job. Oh, yeah, that should be they. Sorry. So either they never got health insurance through that job, or fill in the blank, state health insurance. That would be interesting. We don't have anything to go on, but possibility. I also had no idea her mom offered her to return home during her trip. I didn't until this document came out, despite there being contact up until... I don't think that fucking matters.
It doesn't do anything.
The point is, Lauren was just prefacing, like, I guess, an earlier experience that she had that ended up being ominous in retrospect. As for the birthday party, like, really, you do not need to comment on this.
I'll be right back.
All you need to comment on is, like, the stuff Lauren said about you, or, like, said that you did, or presumably you want to say spun it or whatever. As for the birthday party, there's a lot of context missing here. She wasn't there, so I don't know why she's commenting on it in this way. You're welcome to your opinion, but it's kind of shitty to mention it when you missed one key piece of information. I was asking to leave for Robbie. Oh, for fuck's sake. it wasn't just for me. It wasn't just for my dad. It was also for Robbie. Sparrow, that is so fucking far from the point. It doesn't matter. Oh my god, whatever. I was asking to leave for Robbie too. Here's what actually happened. We had carpooled down because the next day my dad was supposed to do some work on my car. Carpooling together wasn't uncommon. From longer trips like that day to, for fuck's sake, to going the 15 minutes down the road to my mom's dad, specification is important for later. There's been a few times where I have asked to leave a bit early due to flare-up, or I wasn't able to find a comfortable way to alleviate the issue at the location. Because we carpooled down almost 2 hours from their house, we were stuck waiting on them. Okay. Around 7:30 p.m., after being there all day and being in the car for close to 3 hours that day, knowing we had to make that same trip back home, Robbie told me his social battery was running low and reminded me he worked at 11 a.m. the next day. The birthday had already winded down, and it was just some of the adults hanging out, getting drunk. My parents had been drinking, Robbie and I were sober. I was starting to feel partied out too, so I went to my dad and asked if we could start packing up to go in the next hour. He told me to talk to my mom, so I did that too. Time kept going. They kept drinking. Wait, what? He told me to talk to my mom, so I did that too. So
what happened with the mom?
Did she say yes, or did you just skip over that? What the fuck? Time kept going. Yeah, after you skip over shit. They kept drinking. My pain started to act up, and I was hobbling even with my cane. Oh, is it a cool cane? Sorry. I was texting both of them asking if we could get going. My pain was getting very bad, and I was doing my best to not make a scene. I didn't want to make a scene. An hour and a half later, after my dad showed off his new truck, I was in agony. So this is 7:30. Time kept okay. Wait. Why are we going from exact times to vague time kept going and then it switched to exactly an hour and a half later?
I'm getting lost.
Okay, an hour and a half later, after my dad showed off his new truck, I was in agony. I was frustrated that nobody was listening to me when I had been told over and over again to speak up when I was in pain, and they would help me. Eventually, I asked Robbie to try going to my dad himself, as multiple attempts on my end hadn't worked. I sat in my dad's truck in so much pain I was moaning.
Wait, what? What were the multiple attempts?
Oh, wait, was the dad showing off the truck? Because they were heading to the car?
Oh my god.
And you just... Oh, I've spoken before. I've had liars in my family. I'm
sorry. That was a weird ass laugh.
Captain, my captain.
That's weed.
I'm getting a lot of little red flags popping up in my head.
Also, what were the multiple attempts? I'm trying to read more. Like, what were the multiple attempts?
Eventually, I asked Robbie to try going to my dad himself, as multiple attempts on my end hadn't worked. I sat in my dad's truck in so much pain, I was moaning. When I overheard my dad tell Robbie, they can come and ask me like an adult, I finally snapped and slammed the back door. Not hard, but it set off my dad and caused him to lay into me about my disability. Note, I still experience a lot of guilt about my disability, and this is something my parents both know. In 4 years, I've gone from being able-bodied to needing a wheelchair if I go to the mall. I was screamed at and unable to get a word in, where I was told I always do this, and he was tired of it. I needed to act like an adult and learn how to communicate properly, and in the heat of the moment, I had to... that does make me... Because Sparrow did mention earlier that they went to their mom, but then we didn't, it just said, it's immediately skipped to time went on.
Also, why are you texting people at a house party where they're actively trying to talk to other people in real life?
Yeah. Like, why would they be looking at
Why
their
would they be looking at their
texts?
phones?
Yeah. That coupled with the acknowledgement here that their dad is indicating that they have communication problems, does make that note in particular stand out a little more to me. Learn how to communicate properly, and in the heat of the moment, I had two options. Sit there and let him continue to berate me for the entire... Oh. So, in the heat of the moment, you felt like you had these two options. Sit there and let them continue to berate me for the entire ride back, or be louder than him to get him to take a breath. I chose the second option in an insulated car far from the birthday girl who was inside getting ready for bed. At that point, I was a sobbing mess, trying to explain how frustrated and in pain I was, how I told both of them verbally and through text because I didn't want to make a big deal, how I was sorry, but I was in so much pain I didn't know what else to do. My mom later berated me not only for my reaction, having forgotten I asked her multiple times as well, but for Robbie's complaint that he had work at 11 a.m. the next day. Not only was I getting grilled for being in pain, wanting to go home and rest in something other than a folding chair, but I was being blamed for also asking for him.
What? What? Okay. Where did they get on your ass for the disability? It sounds like they got on your ass for not communicating things enough.
I ended up buying an Uber for almost $200 to take me back to my parents' house. We were in the next state over for the party, so I could get my car and get away from them. I wasn't going to let them treat me that way. Robbie did very little to try and support me.
Oh my god.
Within that moment, and only did so when I told him I was upset about that. How dare he do what I say and not be proactive?
What if he agreed? What if he agreed that you weren't communicating properly?
And another thing as well, I don't know, again, I don't know Robbie very well. I'm not going to act like I do, but like I've never had a conversation with him before. I don't know how he is with a person, but from what it looks like, he doesn't seem like a confrontational person. He doesn't seem like that.
No.
So, I mean, yes, every, a partner should defend their partner as best to their ability, but what if he didn't think him also adding to the screaming, what if that didn't help either? What if it just made things worse?
Was he also supposed to start yelling?
Yeah, I feel like, because you're going to put him in the position of this, one of two things. Either he tries to talk calmly and nobody listens, which I feel like that's what would have happened.
Most
if he
likely.
tried to be like, hey, let's calm down. I feel like no one between you, your mom, and your dad probably wouldn't have listened. Or B, if he added to the yelling, then you would have yelled at him for making things worse. I'm not saying you shouldn't, say, hey, you shouldn't have done that. That made it worse. But, what did you want him to do? I highly doubt you were going to listen. I highly doubt you were going to say he was, going to be the rational one in the situation. With emotions flared up like that, I doubt anyone was going to listen in that moment. So what did you want him to do?
Also, wait, so the thing that set them off was just their dad saying, they need to come tell me like an adult?
I guess that, I mean,
My man.
I can understand that that's, I can understand if that's the thing that, in the moment, there was, the tipping point. But again, they're not being, you didn't say that you talk about how many times you told your dad. You just said time skip after asking my dad several times. You just said that you did, but you never really mentioned the points where you talked to your dad several times. What did your mom say? Why was that not talked about? Again, you're not
Apparently
being parts that need to be specific.
From what I can glean, the multiple times were in text messages, which is not a viable way of trying to communicate to someone who's actively trying to interact with other people in person.
And who's
What's wrong with-
drunk.
what's wrong?
They don't care about
Well, I
their
mean-
fucking phone.
Like, come the fuck on.
Why couldn't you just pull one of your parents aside and say, hey, Robbie's got to work in the morning and my pain is getting worse. Can we please go? You can't, like, why, you wouldn't have to make it a big deal. You could just politely pull them aside and just say, hey, this is happening. I've had to do that with my mom whenever, like, me and her are out somewhere and she's talking to somebody for a very long time. Because trust me, I have family like that too, where they talk and they just can't fucking stop.
I'm gonna totally be that kind of mom. I'm so sorry to my future children.
In fairness, we
Both
shouldn't, like,
parents-
directly assume that it was all through text. Maybe they did communicate verbally. Maybe the parents were...
We're not seeing it, then who
Yeah.
would say, probably Robbie.
Yeah.
One of the if not Sparrow, probably Robbie if the parents were drunk. Like, it's not like they didn't have anybody to drive them.
I would like to make note, I ended up buying an Uber for almost $200. I beat them home, but only by a few minutes. But, like...
Dude.
That is so fucking, like, 1, we don't need to know. 2, this is sympathy baiting. 3, you sound fucking mad that you didn't get to the house sooner. I've known someone who talked and brought up shit like this, and it was usually because they were angry about something. Or, like, they were miffed. So, like, this in particular makes me think that you were miffed that, 1, you'd spend $200, which, like, you did not need to do that. That was your own choice. You take your responsibility for your own choices. That was your choice.
Yeah.
Like, you don't get to pity bait us here because you made a choice. I beat them home by only a few minutes. Like, you sound miffed that you didn't have more time to yourself, which, like, I get, but, like, we don't need to know that. We just need to know the facts of what happened, and, like, maybe your emotions that were driving some of the more volatile actions that became an issue.
I understand people do dumb shit when they're angry. However, which also I want to point out that they are kind of addressing Robbie in this situation, even though they said they weren't going to,
Yes.
by talking about, oh, he didn't do anything to defend me.
Yeah. They're like, oh, I'm not going to talk to him. I'm not going to address him directly. But I am going to shit talk him.
Dude, what? Why are they acting like their mom said some shit? Like, we have not heard anything.
Yeah. Well, that was...
I'm not seeing, I just hear, Dad said to ask Mom, anyway, later on down the road, like, where? Which where? Please, is the mom's story here in the room with us? Like,
Also, wait a minute. The Uber thing was a fucking option from the get-go?
was it? Did we miss something?
Sparrow said, I ended up buying an Uber for almost $200. You were willing to take the fucking Uber after you'd blown up at people, but you weren't willing to take it before when you were in such agonizing, moaning pain that you couldn't wait for them and Robbie really had to get to work?
It didn't seem there was a lot of urgency there.
Why did that only become an option after you'd blown up? Is it because you had to escape from the situation?
Well, also, I mean, again, the parents were drunk. I guess they were worried about who would take them home, but I don't know.
No, it says the parents did not go in the Uber with them.
That's what I'm saying. Like, if they left their parents, then who would drive them?
I guess Robbie drove the parents. Oh yeah,
Oh,
but,
Sparrow went over by himself?
the parents could, like, I don't know. The parents could
Apparently-
Uber. Fuck.
Apparently Sparrow has no problem with going by themselves.
Well, I'm saying, did that happen?
Yes.
I'm at.
Yes,
Okay, so Robbie was not with them.
Robbie.
So they ditched
was-
him at this party
I think
with their
so.
parents drunk and angry.
They don't talk about it like Robbie is in the Uber with them. So
Again, I would like to know the details because it's kind of important. No,
Why
Yeah.
is this where you're leaving details out, dude?
yeah, like
Yeah.
so
So
Robbie drove
here's
your
what I-
parents home is what you're saying probably because your parents were drunk.
Here's what I'm gathering out of this. So they go to this party that's a state away from where they live. And I'm guessing their parents live in the same state that they do
Mhm.
at the time. And the parents are there, they're drunk, they're having a good time, late into the night. The kid's already like going to bed. And
Yeah, kids like what,
Robbie
5,
is-
8?
it was a 6-year-old party.
Oh, okay.
So then, parents are drunk, they're having a good time because it's just the adults hanging out late at night. Robbie's social battery's going down, and he has to work in the morning, as well as Sparrow's pain is flaring up. Okay, so I guess I'm saying at some point earlier in the night, had said, hey, Robbie's kind of getting drained. My pain's flaring up. Can we leave? Dad says, talk to mom. There's a gap, so we don't know what the fuck the mom said. So I'm guessing she was like, hey, we'll be gone in a minute, and then was not gone in said minute. Then Sparrow's chilling out in the back of the truck because they can't stand, their pain still, is getting worse. And apparently there were multiple asks of the dad, even though he said to ask the mom. Don't know how the wire's getting crossed on that one.
Wait, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, again, we don't know what the mom said, so I don't know why they're still asking the dad if he just already said ask mom. But there's so much vagaries in this, I can't decipher what you're trying to tell me.
It's almost
The
like
story's
there are
as straight as me.
certain aspects of the story they're leaving out. Again, I knew someone who does this. It's you may not notice it in the moment, but when it's all written out and you can just go over it piece by piece by piece, it like everything starts to crumble. It like all the little inconsistencies start making so much more sense.
Also, I'm gonna just say that this is again, I'm getting war flashbacks to someone I had to deal with and expose them in November or December of 2021.
Well, so let me go back to what I was doing because I want to get through this here. So they're sitting in the back of the truck after multiple attempts to ask the dad, and the mom apparently was a no-go. So then, according to this, they had texted them as well as also verbally asked them. Again, we don't know if he texted his mom or he went to his mom, pulled her aside, and said, hey, I think we should go. Don't know. Doesn't say. Then they asked Robbie to go do it. Dad gets annoyed. Dad gets annoyed probably because he's drunk. And the inhibitions kind of go away after a while. Says that they should talk to him like an adult, which, according to Sparrow, they did. Probably verbally and through text, so I can't say they're not in the wrong for being a bit annoyed at that. They get mad. Screaming match happens. They buy an Uber and ditch Robbie to deal with the drunk, angry parents.
Dude.
That is what, again, if I'm missing something, if I'm not correct, I would like to be corrected if need be. But that is the order of events that I am gaining in my head from what is written on the page.
That is valid. Yeah, I hadn't really considered it from Robbie's perspective that, like, this is his partner kind of
dumping their parents off onto him.
Yeah.
They just ditched him with the drunk, angry in-laws, future in-laws.
Christ alive. For he
Like,
has risen.
do you not see how I really hope that you're looking at this in hindsight and saying, wow, that was really shitty of me, because wow, that's really shitty of you.
Oh, definitely not.
Oh,
Again, you're just recounting what happened. You're recounting what happened, so of course it's going to have to be in here. But if what I'm gathering is correct, and you left your fiance with your drunk, angry in-laws because they weren't going to drive
no,
themselves, they're too fucking drunk to drive.
his drunk,
to another
angry
state.
in-laws. The fiance's drunk, angry in-laws.
That's what I said.
His.
Well, Robbie's also a guy.
Okay, sorry.
Well, and I was saying, like, you know,
Wait, what?
you, Sparrow, are leaving Robbie, your fiance, with his, Robbie, drunk, angry in-laws. Okay, because it would be even more irresponsible of you to have you and Robbie leave in the Uber and leave your parents to drunk drive home. Because, I mean, I'm glad you didn't do that. If that's what happened, I'm glad you didn't do that. But, again, I hope you look at that in hindsight. If I'm recounting what's correct, I hope you look at that in insight and go, yeah, I shouldn't have done that. That was really shitty of me to do that. I shouldn't have done that.
Like, we
This is
understand
wonderful.
that you can be going through a lot, but also when you're going through a lot, you can do not great things. And yes, you may have been going through a lot. You still did the not great thing, and you gotta apologize for it and do something about it. Otherwise, people are allowed to just not want to interact with you. That's how it works. If you don't want to better yourself as a person, that's how it works.
Again, like, we're not giving proper. This is the one thing that if you're gonna bring this up, this is the one thing you needed to be detailed about, and you're not.
Yeah.
We're time skipping, jumping around, and it's not. This is like from what I'm gathering, it makes it look worse.
Oh, wait. Moonlit Butterfly. Okay, so let's continue. I beat them home by only a few minutes. By the time I went to unlock the door, they returned. My mom tried to approach me, and all I did was tell her that I was done and wasn't going to let her treat me like that. I was done with her. I left and took my car back home. Robbie left in his own car at the same time. He took his own due to having to work the next day. We got home around midnight. Okay. We had some conversation, most of it boiling down to Robbie telling me my parents loved me and they were properly correcting
Oh my God.
my pronouns through their own argument on the way home. I told them...
So, did Robbie drive? What? Okay.
Okay, so confirmed that Robbie was left with the parents.
Look the fuck down on the next... Well, let us get there. Fucking...
Girl, Moonlit Butterfly, calm down.
Yeah,
Hashtag
Yeah,
chill
no.
out.
yeah, let us get there. Chill the fuck out.
We're allowed to say our pieces. We're allowed to say how we feel about it. Please stop rushing us. That's not necessary.
Yeah, like you don't need to. Do not rush us through the document.
You're also just in general
will-
being incredibly fucking rude.
I will pause this stream out of spite for that shit. I'm a stubborn bitch.
Your passiveness is incredibly fucking rude.
Okay.
Why does my laugh sound like a trumpet having a stroke?
Okay.
I don't know.
Anyways,
Sound like the
We
fucking
did-
feel
Robin
good
did very
laugh.
little support me. Here we go.
Okay.
Okay, so my parents loved me and they were properly correcting my pronouns through their own argument on the way home. I told him that was great and all, but I wasn't about to let my own parents sit there and admit that they felt the exact thing I feared for years since I started using the cane. I put that boundary in place, and at the time I was fine never talking to them again. I was at that point that Robbie tried to claim, or it was at that point that Robbie tried to claim I started it by slamming the car door, and I wasn't about to have that conversation. So I told him I was done talking and rolled over, went to bed. Something I did in response to overhearing what my dad said shouldn't be perceived as starting the argument. Wait.
What?
Oh, I mean,
Something I did in
It is,
response to overhearing what my dad said shouldn't be perceived as starting the argument.
You were the one who acted out in aggression first.
How do you think arguments start?
Like, I'm not saying that they were right to, like, continuously ignore your issue. Again, I'm only assuming you told them verbally and through text, if that's what we're to believe. I understand you being upset with that, but you acting out in aggression is going to start a fight. If there was not aggression already.
Yeah, like you get
Especially if your parents are known to get angry when drunk.
plus
I don't know
like
if you know that. I don't know my mom when she's drunk. I hope to God I never do, but like still.
you can be upset about having to acknowledge that you may be in the wrong, but Robbie is expressing to you here that it is from his perspective you were in the wrong. Why are you not like this kind of showcases that you're not like I guess you're just mad, but like you're not really listening to Robbie's concerns seemingly again.
What the actual fuck am I reading?
Anyways, so something I did in response, I said even in the moment that this was the reason why, and no, I don't deny it. I'm a door slammer. Fuck. Oh, sorry, red flag. It's something I do out of frustration, and while it's not great, it doesn't put anyone in danger. Well, it does harm
Dude.
someone's fucking vehicle potentially, which isn't yours. Also,
It's also loud and aggressive.
yeah, I was about to say it's like inherently an aggressive, like thing. It's an
Sure.
okay.
Okay.
No one's ever in the way. The door gets away unscathed every time. It's really just communicating. I'm upset. I want to be left alone. Please let me cool. That is
Just
not
because-
what
just
that
because-
communicates.
Dude.
Just because when I punch the wall, the drywall doesn't break, that doesn't mean it's never going to.
No, door slamming is like not what
Immediately,
that
when someone
does not
slams the door,
communicate.
immediately everyone's tensions are high.
Yes, it's an aggressive thing. It does not communicate. I want to be left alone. Please let me cool off. Sparrow, if that's what you think that communicates, I'm gonna tell you right now, nobody else thinks like that. Like
So you
some people,
actually
sure.
do.
Majority people see that as an aggressive. Fuck. What the fuck is the? My brain keeps going tactic, but it's not. Most people view it as an aggressive action.
So
Yeah, I
also
mean-
like that is ass
Yeah.
communication.
Yeah,
I mean,
your
when
dad's
Gavin and I,
right.
the thing about Gavin and I is that Gavin likes to talk things out through the entire thing. If we're like having an argument, he likes to talk about it all the way through. However, this is a thing, I've gotten from therapy. I know I can get very vitriolic when I'm in a high stress situation as a defense mechanism. So to avoid that, I actively tell him, I cannot speak right now in a productive manner. Let me go away for a minute, like go to the bedroom, let me cool off so I can come back and we can have a productive conversation about it.
Yeah, and
I've done that
that's a
before.
good way to go about it.
And it's always whenever I would do that, how the people react to that is always like another
It's such
big
a
red
telling
flag.
sign.
Yeah, or like not like how they react is a red flag, but like yeah, it's very telling. Like for one instance, me saying I need to cool down, stop messaging me. They just didn't listen.
I mean,
Another time was they stormed off and were like, "Fine, be that way," and I was like, "Okay."
Well, then everybody has slammed doors in their lives, but if you call yourself a door slammer, like
I'd
I
be
don't
shocked
know.
if no one has gotten drunk at one point. I'm an alcoholic, by the way.
well, no,
Dude.
it's just again, it's a case of like we've all done it. We've all slammed a door in a fit of anger. We've all done it. It's not something that's out of the realm of possibility. But again, calling yourself a door slammer, that also, that kind of still that kind of instills the further picture that you are
It screams
you act
tantrum.
irrationally. You act irrationally.
Yeah.
Also, it says that it's a pattern.
Yes.
Yeah, you're showing that when I get angry, I I take my
make-
anger out on physical objects.
I make loud, jarring noises to draw people's attention to me.
You
What?
know, and again, when you slam doors, everyone's already, it gets more tense than they already were. You can communicate yourself. Again, it adds to the fact that you have poor communication skills. That's for fuck sure.
So, as for cutting off my family at the time, yes, this did also mean quitting my job. I worked very directly and closely with my mom, and while we always separated work and family due to this, it would have been extremely hard to maintain my position, but possible. It's hard to look someone in the eye when they have said something they know you fear directly to you. Okay,
What did they say?
Sparrow implied, or Sparrow said, shit, where is it? Okay,
It was the whole thing
It's-
about their
I told him that was great and all, but I wasn't about to let my own parents sit there and admit they felt the exact thing I feared for years since I started using the cane. Which, like, that has to do with the like, oh, I'm a burden. Where the fuck was it?
Oh my god.
I was screamed at
being
and
physically
unable to get a word in, where I was told I always do this and he was tired of it. I needed to act like an adult and learn how to communicate properly, and in the heat of the moment I had two options. So yeah, it's I always, like, what was
What
the
is
thing that was said that was so, like, if somebody says something to me and it's like as traumatizing as what you're describing, it's usually seared into my fucking brain. Maybe not word for word, but I could describe the gist of what they said to people. Why are we not hearing
from
the
what I'm
thing that
gathering,
was said?
well, again, what I'm gathering, it's about their disability.
Yeah, being a burden.
That's the best that we're getting. That's the best that we're getting out of it.
Yes. So, and yes, while that can be criticized to say I was spiraling, yes, while that can be criticized to say I was spiraling was an understatement. Yeah, I was self-destructing. The next day followed with an argument with my mom through text and self-harm. My right ankle was a mess. Okay. Yes, Robbie found out about my plan to quit the job through a screenshot of the conversation with my mom, but I had assumed he heard me say that to her the day before.
Dude,
Wait, when did you say that to her?
Oh goody, another thing we didn't hear about.
Cause you were all like, my mom tried to approach me and all I did was tell her I was done and I wasn't gonna let her treat me like that. I was done with her.
But now you told that you quit the job.
Yeah, why does that inherently tell Robbie that you're also gonna be quitting your job? Because you're done with your mom? You've indicated it would be possible to continue working there. It would just be really, really uncomfortable and difficult. It's like, technically you can still do it. Why would you put... okay, you know what? I'm not going to ask the whys. I get it. It's spiraling. Okay.
Dude, my yitties hurt so much.
Someone said that it was assumed during the screening match. Well, good luck in figuring it out. We're gonna piece this Where's Waldo.
So, I also discussed leaving the apartment at that point, but he took this as I was leaving the relationship. My plans were bigger than that, as I wanted to end
What do you mean?
my life.
So Robbie was correct?
My plans were bigger than that.
That's not. Okay, sure. Okay.
I'm sorry, you lost your... It sounds like you gave up your parents.
I gave up fighting because I had lost my parents, their support, and I wouldn't be able to get my car fixed, which meant my transportation was also going to break down. I now had no financial way to pay for myself, and I felt guilty for everything I dealt with, but was unable to fix. I'm on medication, multiple in fact, but situations such as these drastically affect my ability to regulate my emotions. We also did not know at this point that I had BPD. Also, yes, Robbie did help me with financial struggles at times. I have dealt with financial issues due to my mental health or a car accident I had in February. What?
Why are we hearing about this? Why are we hearing about this? What does the financials have to do with anything?
Also, this is the second time that Sparrow has framed actively cutting something off or actively making a decision that changes their life situation and then framing it as this happened to me and not I did this.
I would also like to point out the way that Sparrow phrases specifically the suicidal ideation. So far, and like maybe this changes later down the line, we don't have like an indication. It's just very weird for Sparrow to immediately go like, I was gonna do it, I was gonna do it, I was gonna do it, I was gonna do it. It's like you came up with this plan like that, like that, like that, like that, like that. I don't want to assume too much, but it feels like Sparrow is conflating I was having suicidal ideation in I was thinking about it with I was going to do it. With like, which like I guess I can't speak on how strong the emotions that Sparrow was feeling were. It just really, something about it throws me off in a very heavy way. Can I ask what this has to do with the Skittles doc, or am I stupid? We are like at the very beginning. Oh my god. How the fuck are we like halfway through this document and we're not even at the breakup?
We're halfway through?
Holy shit. My fucking god, Sparrow. The majority of the issues had with you were after the fucking breakup. Why the hell is so much of this stupid interaction with your parents detailed here?
Oh my god. I'm sorry, I just read the worst thing I've ever read in my life.
Oh my, okay. So.
It's like way later down the line.
Oh, yeah, you were right about the state health insurance. Yep. Okay, so yes, Robbie did help me financial struggles, car accident February, or the fact that I've gone from paying $7 for all my medications to closer to $90, or that I now had to pay anywhere from $40 to $300 for any one appointment because I lost state health insurance because I was making too much. These were things Robbie knew about, and while yes, I expected my fiance to be supportive, I'm disgruntled by how this is being painted. Since getting this job that paid so well, $20 an hour, I ultimately paid through the nose for things I didn't expect, and I again expressed guilt for Robbie every time I had to ask for help due to being down on my luck. Okay, so you can be all like, I express guilt, I express guilt, I express guilt, I express guilt. It doesn't matter. All you're actually telling us here is that, like, even when things were supposed to be getting better, you were still heavily relying on Robbie and being a drain to him, and all he was getting in turn was like, I'm sorry, I feel guilty, I'm sorry, I feel guilty, I'm sorry, I feel guilty, I'm sorry, I feel guilty.
And then you quit your job.
Like, I feel like it's really, really obvious why Robbie felt like he needed to step away. Like, I get it, spiraling, but this is already on top of the concerns that Robbie had expressed before Skittles went on her vacation, because remember, Skittles is, like, on vacation around this point. So, like, Robbie already had a lot of these issues potentially bubbling behind the surface, and this is just, like, the big straw that broke the camel's back, and, like, I don't know. Okay, Robbie, every time I had to ask for help due to being down on my luck, I was going to my life partner, who I thought decided that I was worth it.
You're kidding!
Are you actually fucking kidding me, Sparrow?
You cannot be serious.
I was going to my life partner, who I thought decided that I was worth it, in sickness and in health, for better or for worse.
You two weren't fucking married yet. You two were not fucking... No. Nope. stepping in once more as a married woman, I have a bit more to say about that. You know, and I know, and a lot of people here know, that I had suicidal ideation a couple months ago. A lot of people know because it was fucking publicized to thousands of people on the fucking internet because Keyblade Master's a fucking tool.
Lol.
That being said, excuse me, I'm centering myself real quick. That being said, I know that me going to the hospital, again, if I don't know how much people know this, but Gavin had to leave his job halfway through the day to come make sure I didn't do anything to myself. He then took time out of his day to take me to the hospital. And then after that, again, this is a man that has no experience with extreme bouts of downward mental health. And he expressed to me that it is draining, but yes, he was willing to work with me on it because I actively tried to get help after that. Because I am the kind of person that is more than willing to say, you know what? I fucked up. I'm wrong. It is very obvious that you are not that kind of person to outwardly say, I fucked up without having a million fucking asterisks. Again, I am getting this from your fucking statement here. I'm getting this from your statement. I didn't want to have an opinion until I saw both sides. And you saying, you have expressed in this document, you are impulsive, you are aggro in many situations where it didn't have to be, you don't have to be aggro. You are irrational. Did I say that already? Did I say irrational?
I don't know.
Whatever. Get another one.
You have shown that you cannot make good decisions in high tense situations. And you're gonna sit here and say that it's Robbie's fault for realizing his limits?
Moa,
You two aren't fucking married. You had no spiritual or legal obligation to stay with each other. So do not pull the we were supposed to be together through sickness and in health through Richard report. No, you do not get to say that until there is a wedding band on your fucking finger. And even then, people have fucking limits. Am I saying that he should have divorced you when this whole thing was going on? No, not necessarily. But you don't get to sit there and say and put on the we are actually now for real married stipulations when you are not fucking married. So no, this is that is blatantly emotionally manipulative. That is blatantly emotionally manipulative because marriage is such a serious thing. You two aren't fucking married. Your life partner had the ability to get the fuck out. And he got the fuck out because you are irrational. You're aggressive. You cannot make proper decisions. Who would want to live with somebody like that for the rest of their lives? Who would want to be with that forever?
Moep actually brought up a really good point. Sparrow tries to be all like, in sickness and in health, for better or for worse. But, that's a partnership. Robbie's already expressed concerns and limitations seemingly to you in that that conversation y'all had before. What the fuck is Robbie getting out of any of this? Are you supporting Robbie? It just seems very take, but every time every time you're asked to give, you just give excuses as to why you can't and express how guilty you feel about it. I'm sorry, but eventually you can't just keep taking.
I'm going to warn everyone, including people in the call, that the next page will send you into orbit.
Oh. Okay. So we were at, I thought, the only reason we had held back on the wedding was in case I needed disability benefits, and I was scared of being denied due to my potential spouse's income. All of this was communicated to him, and it was communicated to Lauren, too. I've never...
No.
What?
If that was a fucking problem, why didn't you just have a courtroom wedding? If that was becoming such a problem, just have a courtroom wedding. It takes like 20 minutes.
Well, no,
It costs way less.
I think it's not the price of the wedding, it's the wedding in particular. I know that there
Well,
are...
that's what I'm saying. The courtroom wedding is easier just in general.
No,
It's less
I'm
stress
saying
on her.
the marriage, getting married would be a problem, Ellie. Let me finish. I am aware that there, in some places, are conditions where if a disabled person gets married, that spouse then becomes, like, beholden to them and, like, can be burdened in financial ways. It's legitimately fucked up. I don't know the specifics of it, but I know that is potentially a concern. I think that is what Sparrow's talking about here. The
Excuse me, I'm still tense. Excuse me.
Yeah, it's okay. It's not like the cost of a wedding, it's the process of being married that may be the issue.
That is what it looks like.
Yes, the person with the disability loses any aid they had beforehand. It makes the spouse it makes them completely dependent on their spouse, which for a spouse who doesn't make a lot of money, that's a really big issue, and there are legit cases of, like, people who can't get married because they can't burden people with their medical debt. So,
however, if that's the reason why you're not getting married, why do you still expect him
to do things
be able to cover you? Like,
Oh.
you're specifically not getting married because you can't depend on him like that, but yet you're expecting to be able to depend on him like that.
and
Dude.
yeah, he already is depending on him like that, and now even more so because he just quit his job.
I am losing my mind.
But you're like, the reason we didn't get married is because I didn't want to do this thing that I'm currently doing? What?
Gag me.
Okay, I never had the luxury of savings due to struggling with mental and physical health, and when I was getting effective help due to a proper diagnosis and medication, I was told I was essentially too successful to need help.
Which, if that's the case, yeah, that's fucked up.
I have walked with a cane and applied for a handicap placard, which I got a permanent one at that. Okay, wait, why the fuck do we need to know? I don't.
Wait, what?
I don't. When I would have told.
I don't know when I would have told them.
Yes, I think that's supposed to have no. I don't know when I would have told them I quit directly.
But I thought you already.
I thought. Didn't you just say you thought Robbie already knew, and now you're saying I don't know when I would have told them? It's like.
I think they mean their parents, but also, didn't you say you were going? You already told them through a screenshot.
Like.
I quit directly, though I was not thinking clearly at the time and was already wanting to disappear and die. Maybe in the moment I planned to...
Spell inconsistency.
Maybe in the moment I planned to kill myself and let them find out. What do you mean, maybe? How do you maybe have planned? Don't you remember the process of planning? If it's a plan...
That you just...
Dude.
I'll run it to, like, maybe they have memory issues. The only thing that stopped me at this time from going forward with that was the pain still lingering from the day before. What? Oh, like you were physically incapable of going through with it? I isolated myself on the couch so that when Robbie came home, he could have the bed. I don't like moving his... Okay. I don't like moving his CPAP machine when it involves the power source. Aside from feeling like I didn't deserve the bed because of all he had done for me. He didn't say much. Well, he didn't say much to me when he got home that night, and he claims he didn't see my bleeding ankle, so he was.
What the? Why do you need to bring it up?
He claims he didn't see my bleeding ankle, so he. That's an interesting fucking way of phrasing that, Sparrow.
Also, if you're that upset about him not seeing it, just okay. So the more I am reading of this, the more I am understanding their parents when they're saying you need to communicate better.
Yes. Like you're talking so much about like, oh, I feel so guilty about burdening him. I feel so guilty about burdening him. I feel so. And then you're like passive aggressively like chiding him for not caring for you when your ankle was messed up. But that would be you expecting even more from him, which would just make you then feel more guilty. This doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, if you were actively feeling super fucking guilty about being a burden to him, why would you then be angry when you are, like, not being a burden to him? Like, if you think you're... Oh, whatever. Yes, what?
B, is this like a contradictory behavior?
Yes.
Yes. Sorry, I didn't mean to be like yes or no. I meant like, is this reminding you of something? The painting it as like I just hated myself. I felt I didn't deserve anything. I didn't want anyone to care about me. To then like showing yourself getting angry at people for giving you what you said you wanted.
Yeah.
That's reminding me of someone.
Anyway.
I'm gonna bring that up every time because it's scary how much the parallels there are.
Okay, the next morning I woke up early naturally, so I went into the office before everyone got in, my mom and the paralegal, and cleaned out my desk. I also sent an email to the administrator saying that I was leaving effective immediately so that they weren't wondering where I was. I was already heavily contemplating suicide at this.
Why? Stop that. Oh my god, fucking stop that.
Wait. I was already heavily contemplating suicide at this point. I thought you made plans.
Which is it?
So what do you mean you were... Okay, so I was right. Okay, I didn't want to comment on this earlier. Sparrow is conflating the determined action of I have decided to end my life with general suicidal ideation, which is like the general purveying guilt and like overall thoughts of like people would be better off without me, like the world would be better, everything would go on, like blah 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 blah. That's general like suicidal ideation thoughts. That is different from when you like make a plan and you pick a date and you decide that's the day. That is what Sparrow has been describing it as up until this point. That is not what Sparrow has seemingly been experiencing. And again, I cannot contest as to the nature of how extreme Sparrow's emotions are, but Sparrow is fucking admitting here they were heavily contemplating suicide at this point. That is not the same fucking thing as what they have been implying to us up until now.
In therapy terms, this is the difference between intent and ideation.
Yes. So Sparrow has been claiming that they had intent, and now Sparrow is admitting that it was ideation, not intent, which... Oh, okay. Anyways. As soon as I got home, that's when it happened. The break.
Okay, everyone brace yourselves.
After I got back, he sat me down and told me he couldn't deal with it anymore. I was already so distraught from everything else, so I blurted out, I should just throw myself off a bridge.
You proved his point.
And his
That you-
reaction? How is that supposed to make me feel? He told me he thought I was manipulating him by my earlier mention of wanting to leave, but he still found me in the home that night. But when I told him my reasoning, all he could say was, "So you really were going to leave?" And I told him yes. I wanted to die. He suggested going to my mom.
What?
Okay. So much of this I hate. I told him that I couldn't drive that far with how my legs were. He was so checked out at this point that as I handed him the ring back and asked him to leave me alone, he did. Okay.
Oh no, he
You
respected your boundary.
you acknowledge that he's checked out. So Robbie is checked out. So like potentially Robbie is emotionally spent by this point. Okay, good to know. Makes sense.
I'm sorry. Okay, next paragraph is awful.
This is where the big claim of "he left me alone to kill myself" comes from. But I didn't want him near me. What? But he knew I needed help? We've called the crisis... Wait, what? We've called the... Oh, you...
You said you wanted space, and he gave you space.
You told him to leave you alone. He did.
He respected your boundaries.
And then you went into a group chat and blew it up by saying you left your suicidal ex... Well, they were suicidal.
Do I need to point out that there was also the earlier conversation where Skittles was included, where Robbie expressed their concerns, and from Sparrow's perspective, they told us that the way that they perceived the conversation was them unloading all of this guilt and then the reasons that they couldn't do anything about it, and then agreeing to be more communicative. Here, they are saying the exact opposite of what they want.
Okay.
They want to be left alone, but also they don't, because actually I'm in really bad space and you shouldn't actually be leaving me alone.
No, the next few sentences.
Okay.
We've called the crisis hotline for me before. He's called for me before and then handed me the phone. For God's sake, he had my phone password. Are you serious? Wait. Oh my God. For God's sake, he had my phone password so he could punch it in or call 911. He had an obligation to make sure I was safe, and he did not do that. No.
He broke up with you. You broke up. No,
You are actually deranged.
You literally broke up that day. He does not have that obligation anymore.
Sparrow, what the fuck? You are indicating, yeah, you're basically saying, like, I want someone to step in and stop me. I want to put that on someone else instead of just fucking calling the hotline myself. You are getting mad because
you're trying to get him to stay. You're trying to get him to stay.
You're getting mad because he couldn't handle this dynamic anymore, and you're upset that he didn't continue with it when he said he couldn't handle it anymore.
Because you want him to stay. You want him to feel like, oh, if I leave, this person's going to kill themselves. You're trying to make them feel bad for breaking up with you.
So
I cannot believe you typed out that sentence and published it to the world.
I was about to say, they didn't fucking read it back, obviously.
Okay, so he told me he thought I was manipulating him by earlier mention of wanting to leave. He had an obligation to make... Robbie was right. You may not have intended it, but that is what you were doing by blurting the shit out to him. You are using manipulative language and behavior to worm Robbie into doing what you want, and you're getting really upset that it's not working anymore.
You were trying to force dependency.
Yes. And Robbie eventually decided that he couldn't take it anymore, and he tried to step away. And that is what is setting you off.
What? Read that again?
God.
Read that again real quick.
What?
I want to make sure I heard that right. Read that again.
Wait, what? Read what again?
Oh, I thought you read something out.
No, I was talking.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you read something out.
I'm sorry. Okay, y'all. Let's dial it back.
Okay. Okay, so he had an obligation, blah, blah, blah.
No, I'm sorry. I screamed because, guys, they're saying that he should have called 911. Robbie called the wellness check, and they got mad.
Yeah. So, like, he should have done it, but then when he did it later, it was a bad thing. It's like, fuck you.
Shut the fuck up. You are literally just mad that you can't levy suicide against people.
Yeah. He had an obligation to make sure I was safe, and he did not do that. I told him I wanted to die, and instead of calling for help or contacting my family so they could...
Bitch!
Okay, no. You did not say that you wanted to die. You... Oh, wait, no. It told him, yes, I wanted to die. Okay, whatever. Fuck. I wanted to die. Instead of calling help or contacting my family so they could handle it, an hour after the breakup, he got himself ready for work and didn't even say goodbye. He suggested my therapist, but failed to realize that her schedule is full.
Go to the hospital!
A while after he left, I had to leave for an appointment, but stopped by his work a few...
I'm sorry, what?
If you were gonna do something to end your life, why the fuck do you give a shit about standing appointments? Why the fuck do you give a shit about clearing out your desk? Like, whatever.
Why would Robbie know your therapist schedule?
Yeah, also, that.
A while after he left, I had to leave for an appointment, stopped by his work a few doors down from my apartment to drop off my keys. My mind was made up.
But what?
Doing that was a cry for help, one he ignored.
My man.
So you admit. You... Okay,
so
and how could it have been a cry for help when... Oh, I'm not even gonna...
So what... I'm still kind of confused as to what they're trying to convey here.
So they're saying, after this point, after Robbie has broken up with them, they have decided to kill themselves. Because them blurting out I just want to throw myself off a bridge and saying they want to die was their means of crying out for help at a time when Robbie expressed that he couldn't do it anymore. Okay. So
your response is do it right now.
Even at that point, he could have called emergency services because he knew where my apartment was, and now you could have called.
It is not Robbie's responsibility.
My God.
You actual...
They would have met me there. He could have given a description of my car, something, anything. Let me just put all of this emotional stress on Robbie. But he didn't. So yes, Robbie did leave me to... I'm not going to talk I'm not going to talk to Robbie. I'm not going to talk to Robbie. I'm just going to shit talk the fuck out of him. So yes, Robbie did leave me to kill myself. He knew I was in the middle of an episode, and instead of trying... At what point did
he just told you he can't do it.
And instead of trying to get me help in any capacity, he just walked away. I was getting ready to throw myself off the highway bridge over 4 lanes of traffic going 60 miles per hour. He did nothing when he knew. I needed help and I wanted to die and already had 1 suicide attempt on record.
Oh, okay.
But when he did help, you got mad. So what did you want? Again, about the whole thing with your fucking mom and dad, what did you want him to do?
Shut 5,000,000% the fuck up. Take a vow of silence, dude. Okay, so... Jesus Christ, the self-reporting is insane.
Eventually, some other friends, including Lauren, convinced me to go to the hospital. I was hesitant to
due to the family health insurance. I couldn't afford any sort of copay. This is why the GoFundMe was brought up in the first place. I drove myself to the... Wait. So you're hesitant to go to the hospital because you can't fucking pay for it, but then you're also like, Robbie should have sent me to the hospital.
Yeah, so Robin can pay for it, so that they don't.
No. Oh.
Oh.
That is exactly what they told them when they called the thing, is that if I get a bill, you two are paying for it.
Yep.
Yep.
I drove myself to the ER, but in the 3 hours it took to get me back to a room, I was still spiraling. I did say things like I didn't want to be admitted again, and I was scared because I had no idea what to do or what was going to happen to me. I didn't want to go back to Yellow Pod, the rooms many people think of when people are waiting to be accepted into an inpatient program. I've been there once, and I seriously hope that I never end up in there again. I understand the safety aspect of it and why they use it, but for me, it's... Yeah, I've heard that some people just... That is not... Whew. I stayed there for a week, and at some point, despite... Like, if I could not draw, fuck you. Despite mentioning I was able to come back if I wanted to, it changed to that I wasn't allowed to, and that I was to be moving in with my parents. Wait, what? I stayed there for a week, and at some point, despite mentioning I was able to come back if I wanted to, it changed to that I wasn't allowed to, and that I would be moving with my parents?
What?
Wait, what? Who the fuck changed it to that? What do you mean it changed to? I stayed there for a week. I think this is specifically in relation to the apartment where, like, because remember Skittles was all like, you can have my bed after the breakup. Here they're saying I stayed there for a week, and I think that's referring to the hospital maybe, despite mentioning I was able to come back if I wanted to. Come back, I think referring to the apartment. It changed to that I wasn't allowed to, and I was to be moving in with my parents. It's like, who the fuck made that decision, Sparrow? It didn't just change on its own.
You literally gave your keys away.
Yeah, wasn't there a whole, like, issue with the fucking keys?
Oh my god, so Sparrow is just lying.
Actually, no,
about...
I may be misunderstanding this. It may specifically just be referring to the hospital. I stayed at the hospital for a week, and at some point, despite mentioning that I was able to come back if I wanted to, I assume that's maybe the doctors or the professionals there saying that Sparrow is allowed to come back to the hospital if they want to. It was later changed so that they weren't allowed to, and that they had to instead move in with their parents. So I guess, like, they had to have, like, a guardianship type thing. Okay, so I didn't want to, but due to the events, I was forced to work things out with my mom. They cleaned their storage room for me and had an air mattress. Okay, so it was totally possible for you to... Okay. I stayed on it for a month until we came to get the bed. The bed was something my parents gifted me, and to an extent, Robbie 6 months earlier. What? Okay. I was willing to let it go, but my mom said I should fight for it. We gave him some time to save up. Okay.
Wait, what do they mean it was a gift to... Like, you two were sleeping in the same bed. It was a gift to y'all.
Okay, let's keep going.
The spark. I didn't expect a set of keys to be the spark that it was. Why? Okay. Especially as we were talking so amicably before this. Before I go into that, I want to address the issue about the GoFundMe. Oh, for fuck's sake. About the GoFundMe. This was now 2 weeks after it was discussed being made. So, is there, like... Okay. There's, like, not a single screenshot. It's literally just Sparrow talking about, this was my mentality, this was my mentality, this was my mentality. Your mentality does not fucking matter. What you did was not fucking okay. We don't care what the mentality was behind it. It wasn't okay, is the point. And, like, like, bringing up the mentality is just making excuses for it. Like, I get it. It's fine to acknowledge why you act a certain way, but also you're not acknowledging half the shit that you did. Like, this is literally just sympathy baiting, and it's super fucking obvious, and it's littered with red flags. Okay. Before I go into that,
goes to the rest of the part where they were dating.
I want to address the issue of it. What?
That was a background time.
I want to address the issue about the GoFundMe. This was now 2 weeks after it was discussed being made. Something Lauren said she was going to make for me. I laid out what needed to be covered on the 27th, mostly because I didn't want to be pushy. What was left out of this context, though, was my plans and why else it existed. While I'm at my parents', I'm applying for disability benefits, as now both my mental and physical health... Oh, for fuck's sake, Sparrow! As both my mental and physical health were causing issues with being able to work. I couldn't afford being full-time due to my medications, but I couldn't afford to pay for an apartment without being full-time. The process takes 8+ months of part-time, if work at all, before they approve you. I was looking for part-time in the meanwhile, and yes, I still am. There are regulations, but not many people wish to hire someone part-time who can't stand for more than an hour. They aren't obligated to give you a job, and they don't need to disclose that's the reason, especially if you are still waiting to be approved. So I was still stuck with no income, no way to pay bills, and my last paycheck being stretched thin.
It's almost like you had a job before this.
When I arrived on August 27th to get my bird and a bunch of bigger items, at the end of the day, I asked for my keys back. It was something mentioned in the in the Discord earlier I don't have access to anymore, so that I could come and get my mail whenever I was in the area. My therapist and all my specialists are in that area, and I would be in town at least once a week. Sure, Lauren works from home, but hardly ever answers her phone or Discord because she's working at any point during the... But
what about the door?
Yeah, the door. You could knock on the door. Unless maybe it's like a complex where like you need the key to get in from the bottom, but like you would also presumably have to use the key on the door. I don't know. Is that not like a buzzing system? Usually apartments have that.
Yes, they do.
Okay. So, hardly ever answers the door during the day. Even then, I felt bad she'd have to come and let me in every time. Why? It's like once a day. Maybe. And that's assuming you come every day for mail, which would be unreasonable. You should be coming for like once a week for mail, if that. Or you could just come whenever they tell you you have mail.
Or you could just change the mailing address.
Yeah, I looked it up. It takes like 3 days, apparently. I don't know why the fuck you being all like, it takes a long time.
Does America not have doorbells? It's conditional.
I felt bad.
I was gonna say with certain apartment like with my apartment complex, we don't have that because ours is in like units of like four a building. It's very different from most apartment complexes. And one of the reasons why I don't necessarily think there's a buzz in, because I remember in Skittles' document, they said that they kind of just came unannounced, and if it was a buzzing system, then that apartment unit would know that you'd be coming in.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a buzz system. I think it's one of those where you kind of just go in.
Okay, so even then, I felt bad she'd have to come and let me in every time, so it would have just been easier for me to have my own key back. I reassured them I would always let them know the day before, or not earlier, so that it wasn't unannounced, but I needed to get some important mail as it came in, and I didn't want to bother them. It was only at this... How are you gonna know when it comes in? It's mail.
Well, if you get email when you get mail too, I don't know.
Okay.
Also,
I'm trying to figure. I don't know. I'm just saying, like, as a possibility.
Because, like, if
with
the mail
the way
comes
you
on
ended
specific days, then you would just have to tell them that you're coming those days.
With the way you ended things off with Robbie, paired with the fact that you don't have a job and can't pay rent. Yeah, why would they want to give you free access to the apartment?
Yeah. Where was I?
I can understand if you're like, I don't want to bother them by having them come drop off their mail to me, but you didn't say that here.
Okay, so then it's
Oh no, Lauren has to walk across the fucking apartment.
yeah, such a burden, but like not expecting Robbie to take care of me when I'm expressing suicidal ideation. But I don't want to burden Skittles by making her walk across the apartment to answer a door.
Robbie is supposed to call 911 for me, but
Robbie
God
has
forbid
an
Lauren walks across the
obligation.
apartment.
Robbie has an obligation to take care of Sparrow when they're in a bad state. It's like, god damn.
When he had just broken up with you.
Yes. Because he couldn't handle it anymore. Okay.
Guys, how do you make your boobs stop hurting?
You massage them.
You cry. Pray, pick a god and pray.
I turned mine into like squeezy stress balls.
I haven't been doing that. I have been like, you know when you jut your knee up and forth a lot?
Yeah.
I've been doing that, but like with my hand under my yitty and it's working.
Oh, yeah, that can work sometimes.
Again, if my boobs are hurting, I just pick a god and pray.
Okay,
I
so
become born again.
to continue, because it's 3 a.m. It was only at this time in front of everyone that it became an issue. He told me he would give them to my parents. He told me he would give them to my parents, and he did not want me having them. Wait, so it was only at this time in front of everyone that it became an issue. Didn't you just ask for the keys?
Dude, what?
Yeah, when I arrived on August 27th to get my bird and a bunch of bigger items, at the end of the day, I asked for my keys back. It was only at this time, in front of everyone, that it became an issue. It was because this is when you asked for them.
Dumbass.
So you're like, oh, I asked for them and it was an issue, but you're framing it like, oh, like there was so much time where it wasn't an issue. You mean the 3 seconds it took for Robbie to process what you said? Like, okay. And like the notice of in front of everyone. So you were embarrassed by that.
Why did you ask in front of everyone, doofus?
Yeah. And that it became an issue. He told me he would give them to my parents, and he did not want me having them. I had been working on asserting what I need while in the hospital, and I knew what rights I still had while on the lease. So I told him in a stronger tone to let me have them due to the conversation we had earlier where he didn't voice any concern over me having the keys.
When?
What? Hello? But
what earlier point?
What conversation? Why the fuck have we not heard about this before? Oh my god.
This is ass.
My dad stopped the argument, took the keys, and handed them back to me when we got home anyway. Over the next few days, I tried again and again to ask what the issue was because I did not understand why I was being denied in this way.
Bitch!
I wanted a conversation, but so much as verbalizing, I'm not comfortable with that, / I don't trust you, would have been fine. Oh my god. So you just wanted him to outright fucking say it, but you very clearly understand the issues.
You had the keys.
Like, oh my fucking god, Sparrow. You know the answer. Just accept it. Would have been fine had he talked to me. If I got a reason, I would have backed off no problem because though I was hurt, I still cared about him. And over the year... So, Robbie has to justify the thing that is totally fucking reasonable based on the fact that he dumped you and you engage in these like really inappropriate behaviors where you put a lot of shit on him. Okay.
would have been fine had he doesn't need to. He doesn't need to talk to you.
Yeah.
If he doesn't want to talk to you, then ugh.
Yeah. And Art Siri is right. Like, he gave them a reason. He couldn't do this anymore. Like, I don't know if they count that specifically as a reason not to give them the keys, but, like, maybe that was Robbie's way of disengaging.
What does this have to do with anything other than Sparrow's a shitty partner to Robbie? I don't know. This is just Sparrow outing themselves.
Further, if I got a reason, I would have backed off no problem, because though I was hurt, I still cared about him. And over the years, I had grown to trust his judgment on many things. Except for when he says you're the one who started the thing at your parents' place. Or at the party, huh? Then you don't trust his judgment because you don't like that narrative. Or his judgment of, like, I can't support this person who isn't doing anything to help themselves and who just fucking quit their job and, like, tried to... But, like, no, that's not okay. But, and even now, you're like, oh, I trust his judgment. But, like, I can't fathom why he, like, wouldn't give me the keys, despite the fact that I'm constantly listing the very obvious he doesn't trust me. And you're like, oh, I trust his judgment. It's like, so why don't you trust that he has reason not to trust you? Okay.
Oh my god, there's a link.
Yeah. Sorry, I need to drink and I need to pee. I'll be right back.
How are you, Ellie?
Hmm.
Sounds about right.
I almost felt bad. I almost felt bad talking, like reading this document on stream. But one, it's public, so I feel like I'm allowed to give a public response. And two, I don't care anymore. You know, I don't care. I don't care if I don't care. I just don't fucking care. They obviously don't fucking care. I don't fucking care. This behavior is beyond appalling to me. This behavior is disgusting. I do not condone it, nor will I ever condone it. I tried so hard to give them the benefit of the doubt, and I no longer can. I'm very upset. That is the best I can put it without getting banned on here.
Wait, what is...
That's gonna fucking say without getting too unchristian like in this room.
Oh.
Holy shit, these text messages are god-awful.
Oh no. So, if I got a reason, I would have backed off, no problem, because I've hurt, still cared, blah blah blah, grown, judged it. I asked over and over because I did not want to believe it was done with malice, because I didn't want to think he would do that if he want...
You want to know? You want to know.
I find it interesting that Sparrow tries to be all like, I think you guys deserve the context of why I was thinking these things. We already know that Sparrow was being all like, I don't want to think it was malice. Why the fuck would you think it was malice? Literally, you're like, oh, Robbie has been supporting me. Robbie is, like, so nice. Robbie's been sticking by me. But then, all of a sudden, Robbie doesn't do what I want. And then everything Robbie does is out of malice?
Oh my god.
Which is it? Which is it?
Also, there's a part in the text messages that's gonna make you be like, shut the fuck up.
Probably.
Like, in regards to that, like, I don't want to think about it malice. Robbie literally says something that should dispel that.
Okay. Okay, so this side is Sparrow's side, and the black would be Robbie's side.
Yes.
Okay, so any
Oh, yeah.
particular reason why you didn't want me having the keys? Bird. How is he doing in the new area? Fine. Good. No room for anything else in the room, but we made it work. I'm glad you were able to make it work. Mm-hmm. You didn't pack up his blankets. I set them right on the love seat, and I thought you had seen them. Have them by the door on Wednesday. I'll stop by then after my appointment. I'll let Lauren know. So I lied. I'll be in town tomorrow. Car inspection. Okay, I'll have the blankets by the door. And this was... Okay, so August 26th, August 27th. Still any reason in particular why you didn't want me having the keys? You acted like I was going to do something when I told you I'd never stop by unannounced. I'm serious. Did I do something, or... I'd like an answer. Okay, so nothing? Okay, cool. Cool. I don't understand what I did to make you so concerned over an apartment I'm still on the lease for. I'd only be coming by on occasion to grab things, and I'd notify you anyway. Technically, I don't even have to notify you, but I figured I'd show some respect. Please don't make this harder than it already is. I'm not your sister. I don't know what else to tell you. And then on the... 28th on my way over, so I'm not getting an answer. Alright. So he's just, like, not responding that whole day. Almost 2 days. Why aren't you answering me at all? Did I do something? Hello? No, I just don't want to talk about the keys, and I didn't even see that message until I woke up.
It was a half a day.
Oh, okay. I'm upset about a lot of things, and I also don't want to fight about things. If you want to send memes or talk about stuff, that's fine. So, basically, Robbie doesn't want to engage in, like, potentially something that might result in an argument, is what I'm seeing.
Yes.
Well, I want to talk about the keys because you're acting as if I'm going to do something harmful with them, despite reassuring you about it and telling you I wouldn't drop by unannounced. There has to be some reason why you didn't want me having them. I'm upset too. Very upset, actually. But I'm not unreasonable. So...
Oh, I'm sorry?
So if I can reassure you somehow, then I will, but I can't do that if you don't explain to me what the fuss is all about. If you want to maintain some sort of friendship, then I'd appreciate some honesty at least. You wouldn't have made a deal out of them if there was no issue, so what is it? I just said I don't want to talk about it, and you are continuing to ask and push. So how about you take some time to think on why I didn't want to give you the keys and go from there?
Like, he is literally saying, look inward.
Yes.
And Sparrow was like, but I just want to know if he wasn't doing it maliciously. He's asking you to look at your actions.
I have, and that's why I'm pushing, because I'm not going to show up unannounced. I'm still on the lease, and I would only be coming by after telling you so to pick up some of my belongings when in the area, so I don't see a problem. You know what? Maybe that's specifically why he has issues with you having the keys, like, because you're still on the lease, and he's, like, worried that technically, legally, you have the right to be there, but, like, he's worried about it. Concerned.
Again, also, you say I'm not unreasonable, but then you just threaten to come to the apartment unannounced if you don't get your way. What? You've already shown that you physically will potentially damage things when you're angry. So what happens if you're really angry that day? You decide to wreck shit in the apartment. Well, you live there, so I guess it's not a problem. But that doesn't mean you can do that. You moved out. Just because you were still technically on the lease, that does not mean you live there anymore.
It's interesting that Sparrow's actions basically prove Robbie's concerns about them having the keys correct, but Sparrow is still berating Robbie like this was a completely unreasonable take, as if they didn't go on to prove the very thing he was concerned about. Like, okay, in fairness, maybe not the very thing, but, like, they demonstrated some additional behaviors that made it really obvious that Robbie would not be able to trust them. Okay, blah, blah, blah. And I would only be coming by and after telling you so to pick up some of my belongings when in the area, so I don't see a problem with it. Clearly there is something I'm not seeing, and so I asked you to explain it to me. Robbie, why won't you talk to me? It's not a difficult question. I can ask Lauren. Alright, what is up with you? And this is, so like, that was at, the original conversation was around 1, so 2, and then at 5:24, and then at 10:58. Alright, what is up with you? You've been treating me like dirt for wanting explanations. How is not answering you treating you like dirt?
Also, he did answer you, and his answer was, I'm not talking about this.
Yeah. Your whole thing earlier in the document, you were all like, if people need space, all they have to do is tell me. And here Robbie is saying, I don't really want to talk about that right now. I want to talk about memes and shit. And like, you're not cluing in? Like,
you're blowing up his phone.
I get it. You're upset and you're mad, but you specifically said that that was a thing that people could say was like, they could just indicate that they needed time. Like, sure, he didn't word it in that exact way, but he specifically set a boundary indicating that he didn't want to talk about the keys. That sort of indicates, I don't want to talk about this. I need time on this subject. Like, you can make some logical inferences in the conversation here, Sparrow. May I ask something stupid again? Sure. And again, like, treating you like dirt is apparently just not responding and giving you the answer that you want. For wanting explanations, and I don't get it. I still don't get what flipped the switch into this. Maybe it's just grief over the relationship, but I refuse to believe it was just you thinking about it for one day. I feel like you want me to flip out or get angry or lash. What?
What?
And I don't want to do that. I just want answers, for God's sake. We spent over Okay. We spent over 5 years together, and I'm just supposed to accept that you decided the fate of our relationship over one day.
No, obviously it's not one day. It is, you know for a fact it's not one fucking day.
Something's up, and I want to talk about it. Okay, yeah. So blatantly not listen to Robbie's concerns because obviously, like, Robbie had reached a breaking point, which means it was not one day. That's the day that broke the camel's back. There was still,
which, I mean,
like,
I would.
Sorry.
I mean, honestly, I couldn't blame him for breaking up with you after ditching me with your drunk and angry parents. Frankly, I don't understand how that wouldn't be a deal breaker in a relationship.
Well, you don't understand. They have suicidal ideation. That means at any point when they decide, allegedly, to harm themselves, Robbie isn't allowed to break up with them, because that means he's breaking up with them while they're suicidal.
Oh, that
okay. Okay, well, I don't know what you want me to say to that, frankly. I just don't. I'm not saying you. I'm saying I don't know what you want me to say to that. I don't know what does anybody say to that?
You know, like, what PTSD.
May I ask a question? Yes, Sims made. Oh, think about it. It's post-hospitalization. Surely Sparrow is being given their meds they got from the hospital, given to their parents, but it sounds like they aren't taking anything. Well, we can't make inferences like that. This is
I don't know.
This is like 3 days after the hospital.
We can't make claims like that in good conscience.
Yeah, no.
Also, if any of the medications are newer, they don't work that fast.
Yeah, meds can take months to work, and they can take months to wear off. I think they said that the hospital stay was like the 22nd, 21st, which would make this, since it is the 28th, actually 6 days. So double that time, but still. She was in there 7 days. She was in the hospital 7 days. Okay, yeah, but she got out on the 22nd. What? What? Sorry.
Yeah, whoever's calling Sparrow please stop that. In the chat. I mean, I know you're reading off of something.
They were in there. Yes. I'm glad that you noticed that. I was like, how did I fuck that up? And I was like, wait, I was reading a comment.
You're reading a response. Yeah, whoever is misgendering them,
No,
Please swiftly correct yourself.
yeah, it's okay. It's just a mistake. This is why I hate the Fabs and Mabs. Okay. I feel like you want me to flip out. Ugh, something's up and I want to talk about it. Yeah, so the way this can be read, Sparrow, I feel like you want me to flip out or get angry or lash out.
That's manipulative as fuck.
Yes, it's putting one, Robbie's not fucking engaging with you here. Robbie is giving absolutely no indication that he wants you to flip out or lash out or get angry or anything. All Robbie has
probably
said...
not responding because he's worried that anything he'll say, you'll flip out.
Yeah, he just said that he wants to deal with memes, okay? And yeah, he's given every indication that he's worried that you're gonna flip out. You being all like, I feel like you want me to do it, is just, once again, putting the onus of your actions on Robbie. It's like, you didn't choose, or you aren't flipping out because you're angry. You're flipping out because Robbie is prompting you. Like, Robbie is trying to make you angry. It's like, no.
Specifically said, I don't want to fight about things, and Sparrow's saying, it sounds like you want to fight about things.
Yes.
Dumbass.
You want to fight about things because you're not getting what you want. And
Sparrow,
you think that
you want to fight about things.
That's called projection, ladies and gentlemen.
Getting mad and getting upset has gotten you this far.
Dude,
and now
I
it's not
Pepsi.
far at all.
Actually,
now that's not getting at all. I need fucking ice cold fucking water, or else I'm gonna actually my cheeks are genuinely fucking red right now. I'm genuinely upset.
My face is a little warm.
If we read this paragraph under the context of like projection, it would be more like, I want to flip out and get angry or lash out. I want to do that, but like I feel like I want to flip out. Would that not?
I want to flip out, but I want to put blameness on you, so that I don't feel bad about flipping out on you for you not engaging.
Like,
that's what that sounds like.
It feels like Sparrow's just saying, like, I want to get really mad and lash out at you, but I'm holding back, which is like, that feels so iffy. Look, stop. Oh, okay. Please tell me what I did to deserve this. Oh, and there's an audio call. I don't understand. I haven't been treating you like dirt. Yes, thank you, Robbie. All I said was I don't want to talk about it, and you keep pushing to talk about it, and I don't want to. Please respect that I don't want to talk about it, and leave me alone. I don't have to answer why I gave the keys to your parents, and this conversation of the keys doesn't have to do with my decision to end our relationship. I just want answers. What is so hard about that?
You just got an answer.
Sparrow, I have set a boundary, and I have told you no, so please... Oh my god, Robbie is doing, like, everything right here. You're acting like I'm going to do something bad if the keys are in my hands. I want to know why. Why? What do you think I would do?
So, wait, did he just say that he's going to do something bad if the keys are in his hands?
No,
Am I reading that wrong?
Spirit's saying you're acting like I'm gonna do something bad. So, like, what do you think I'm gonna do?
I didn't hear that part. Well, you did just say you would come in unannounced because you can technically do that.
Yeah, so you did kind of paint your unannounced, like, you painted your visits being only, like, predetermined as conditional.
If that you get what you want, if you get your response that you want.
Like, I want some honesty, you know? I don't have to show up.
I don't
have to tell you.
I would also like to point out that Sparrow inherently mentioned earlier that when they were originally asking for the keys, they prefaced saying, like, oh, don't worry, I'm not going to do anything malicious with them. They didn't say it like that, but, you know. And then here they're like, why do you think I was going to do something malicious with them? And it's like, maybe because you implied it first? Are you not the one who brought it up first when asking to use the keys? Does that not inherently mean that you acknowledge that there may be a reason for them to be worried that you would do something? Otherwise, why would you bring it up? Sounds like you already knew they might have concerns. And now you're just using it to worm your way back in. I just want answers. What is so hard about that? Sparrow, I've set a boundary. You're acting like I'm going to do this. Sparrow, please just drop it. No, Robbie, I'm sorry if it crosses a boundary. But I'm being shut out and rushed out the door because of you. I just want to know what the fuck is going on. So please excuse me if I don't want to be made out to be someone untrustworthy or malicious when all I want are answers. That's it. I have asked nicely, and I'd like you to respect that. I have not been rushing you out the door and have been being helpful with packing and moving your things in the time frame you gave me that you were ready for. Lauren doesn't even know why, though. The other tenant, please leave me alone. Robbie, what is going on? You're broken up with. There is nothing going on. I just don't want to talk about the keys. Oh, fuck, that scared me. Leah Tizzy, hello. I already said I'm open to talk about other stuff, but you keep bringing up the keys even when I have asked for you to stop pushing the subject because it doesn't make sense. I don't think you do it to be spiteful or for some power trip, but if you don't give me an answer, that's all I have left to go of. Why the fuck did Sparrow think the extended context of this conversation would be in their favor?
I mean, A+ for honesty, I guess.
Oh my god.
That's more than I can say for a lot of people.
Yeah.
That's more than what I can say.
Yeah.
At least the screenshot. Yeah. At least they didn't cut context this time. I'm not saying they have. I'm not saying
they're just so dumb that they think it little.
I'm not saying they've cut context by anything before. I'm saying in the people we've dealt with in the past.
Mm-hmm.
This is the exact opposite of what we've dealt with, and somehow it's worse.
Yeah, I think only because it's like so still trying to be all like, but it's not my fault. It's not my fault.
Delululemon.
Yeah, Delululemon.
That's exactly what it is. What this whole fucking thing is. It's delusional.
Okay, so, if you set power trip or if you don't give me an answer, that's all I have to go off of. What power trip would I even get for that? I just said I don't want to talk about it, and you keep pushing it, and I've asked nicely that you drop it. Now, please just leave me alone. I mean, giving the keys to my parents and not me, that makes me think...
In one ear, out the other.
Yeah, that makes me think immediately that you don't think you'd be safe if I had the keys. So no, I can't talk about other stuff with that weighing on my mind. I'm not...
Too bad!
I'm getting the impression that you don't think you're safe. Let me be really aggressive so I can tell you how fucking safe you are.
Real quick, because I wanted to... No, you're fine. Real quick, because I wanted to clarify something, because I got something wrong in the beginning. The reason I wasn't here for Skittles' reading of the doc wasn't, well, A, because I already read it, and B, by the time I had joined that specific stream, it was already done. And I didn't even see that you guys had read it.
Yeah,
so my time was wrong. I don't know. I just felt the need to preface that because I realized I got something wrong and I wanted to be transparent about it.
Oh, that's Vivian.
Like, I understand Skittles has mental issues, but like we have to acknowledge that Skittles is acknowledging here that Robbie like has reason to be a little concerned.
Genuinely afraid. I wouldn't say afraid for his life, but I can get why he's fucking afraid.
Yeah, and instead of like backing off to make him feel safer, which is usually how things
Should
like
go.
they push forward. It's like I get it. You have that want to push forward in order to reestablish that connection, but in doing so, the paradox is that you end up completely destroying it. Whereas, like, if you back off a little bit, there is the potential for it to be salvaged down the line. It's
Well,
like
it's
it's like
just-
a fire. If you smother it, it's just gonna burn itself out.
Burn itself out.
Or I was gonna say, I usually say this with like overbearing parents, and people and parents who like constantly have to, like helicopter parents especially. It's the rubber band effect. The harder you pull the rubber band, the harsher and quicker that rubber band will fly out of your hands.
Oh yeah.
I like that one, so I came up with that myself. I'm so smart.
Oh my god.
Okay, so I mean, giving the keys to my parents and not me, that makes me think it was safe if I had the keys. So no, I can't talk about other stuff without weighing on my mind. I can't do memes. I'm not dropping it until we sort it out because I'm sorry, I'm not going to be passive about this sort of thing anymore. I am done talking about this.
Maui!
Hello.
Oh.
The stream quality is better here, so I'm here.
Hello. Welcome, Mally. Ponder just said.
Oh, wait, Mally,
I
have
don't
you
know
been...
what's happening, so I'm just here for the fucking ride.
Yeah, we're.
Oh, we're...
So
reading the
are you aware of the Skittles thing?
I've heard of it in passing, but I've not actually looked at it myself.
Okay,
Like,
so
people keep talking to me about it.
we are going over stuff that was like it's a document that was released by the person that Skittles' document was on.
Yeah, well, this was it's
Sparrow?
Sparrow's
Yes.
response. We're reading Sparrow's response,
Yes.
and it's
okay.
not good. It's not good.
Oh, is this that thing where someone is accused of bad behavior and everyone's like, we'll wait and see what the other person says, and then they open their mouth and remove all doubt?
You know what? Have you ever thought about playing the lottery? 'Cause I think you should.
No, I have a terrible gambling addiction. Anyway.
Have you ever thought about playing? Have you ever tried the lottery? Because wow, you were on that fucking money.
Oh no.
It's almost
Oh
worse
my
than that.
God.
Honestly. It's almost worse than that, honestly. Because you know how somebody will be like, they didn't give the full context of the situation. Here's the full context, and
Oh,
it's
no.
worse.
Oh no.
That's what we're currently
Except it's not the
reading.
full context, because Sparrow is like clearly still leaving shit out when it's inconvenient for them.
It just makes me think that it's somehow even worse.
Well, because like we got contact. Well, when I say that is because we got context for the birthday party, and it ended us off with us saying, "Oh, they had Sparrow's parents and them had a drunken fight where the parents were drunk, not Sparrow, but like the parents were drunk during a party. They got yelled at. They yelled at each other. Sparrow then ditched their partner with the angry, drunk future in-laws to drive them back home a state away."
What?
I'm
Okay,
sorry.
I'm gonna ask the obvious question that I'm sure has already been asked. Why is this the internet's problem?
It's not.
You're giving more
Right.
context. Again,
Oh,
I'd say this.
Because
At least they're being honest.
Sparrow was specifically shit talking Skittles on Twitter because Skittles is a Twitter artist and like her reputation and whatnot. So Skittles was all like, okay, I said I wasn't gonna say anything unless Sparrow did specifically these two things that Sparrow ended up doing. So
I did them in the same day.
yeah, so then Skittles released the document and was like, this is what I've been dealing with. Please don't, like, Sparrow's trying to fuck with me. Just, like, I don't want to be involved. And then Sparrow was like, shit, fuck.
And so they made a response, and it's worse.
Yeah, it's not.
It's worse than how Skittles originally, like, I wouldn't say painted them, because it makes it feel like they were trying to make it to be something that they weren't.
The
But,
things
like-
that we learned from Skittles are not as
Yeah,
bad that the things we have learned about Sparrow from Sparrow.
It's
Which-
We
it's
love
a,
it when people tell us who they are. We love
Yeah.
it makes it easier, I suppose.
Also, hi, Mally. I haven't actually talked to you since we watched Spider-Verse together.
Hi.
I said this earlier. I'm just generally appalled. I don't fucking care anymore.
I just got flashbacks of stream being
Stream was amazing at that.
everybody laughing at the holes.
That's it.
That's it.
Oh,
That's
the
to be
cinema's
con-
dead silent, just streamed down the front out loud. That's it.
Stream
I mean, honestly, no, because that's so fair.
stream in the fucking dead center of the theater where I had us.
Oh, we all immediately burst out laughing. It was great.
Natalie, I don't know if you could hear because you were a few rows back, but that was also like earlier in the movie. She kept saying shit. Like every time Spot said my holes, she would start giggling like crazy.
And like
I don't think people understand how much gremlin energy Streamline actually has.
she's adorable and must be protected at all costs. And like as soon as the Spot came on screen, she was like, "Oh, no wonder there's so much porn of him."
She said that out loud.
I think we need to continue.
Okay, yeah, sorry.
Wait, real
Oh.
quick.
We needed we needed a stream break.
One last thing. Another funny thing was the chairs were electronic and you could recline them.
Oh yeah,
And
that was cool.
I did that, and then I looked at stream and I was like, "You realize you can lean back, right?" And she was like, "What?" And I was like, "Yeah, press the button." And she started pressing the button, and all I saw was just like her slowly reclining with like the most offended face like I've ever seen. She was like mouth agape, eyebrows furrowed. I was like, Jesus Christ.
Oh, okay.
Let's read the worst things I've seen in my life.
Oh. So Robbie responds, "I'm done talking about this, and I don't want to continue talking if you're not willing to respect my boundaries. So I'm done responding. You can come get your stuff on the 16th, and the bed too. You can still let us know when you are stopping by to grab things before then as well. But I am done, Sparrow." Oh no.
Wow.
Okay.
Whoa.
Jesus Christ!
I can't believe you. Over 5 years, sleeping next to each other, date nights, and this is how things end. Oh my god. Okay. Fucking.
I'm getting upset.
Okay, so.
Relationships are allowed to end.
Okay, I don't know about everybody else's relationship, but after a 5-year relationship with my ex, he was all like, "Yeah, I hope we can still be friends." And then I sent him a message, I think, and then another message, and he didn't respond. And then I never texted him again. I don't know how fucking common that is for other people.
I guess it's different because they live with each other. But...
This is definitely a thing when your ex says that they don't want to talk to you. All right, here we go. I can't.
It's 3 screenshots of just straight railing.
I can't believe you. Over 5 years, sleeping next to each other, date nights, and this is how things end because you don't want to communicate. I'm sleeping on an air mattress, and you're putting Lauren in an awkward position. And for what? Oh, that's right, because
Oh my god!
at
Oh
this
my god!
point, Sparrow was conversing with Skittles behind the scenes. Okay. You don't want to talk to me because I asked an uncomfortable question? All right, fine. Here's some more uncomfortable questions. What changed?
What is wrong with you?
What changed between us, huh? Was it my transition being too much for you? My disability?
Bruh.
The disorder I couldn't get treatment for
Bruh.
without being diagnosed? You emotionally checked out of the relationship, didn't you? Spending date days with Poppy. Oh.
I just got triggered by that because my other name is Poppy. So that just triggered my fight or flight.
When our date days fell to the wayside because I didn't make you feel special? Is that why you also left your suicidal now ex on the couch while you got ready for work?
Wait, this is the message that they blasted in that one server or
yep,
group chat.
Yep. You left me, and somehow I'm this big scary boogeyman who may break into the apartment when I've done nothing
You
but try to.
said you would if your demands were not met. You threatened to go into the apartment that you moved out of without telling people as a punishment for not getting what you want. You selfish fucking asshole.
Did he say that?
I don't care. No, he said it basically, if you don't tell me about the keys or if you don't give me what I want, I don't have to tell you guys I'm coming to the apartment. So you cannot sit here and say that you're not this big bad boogeyman and whatever. You threatened to just break into the apartment that you don't live in anymore because you technically still live there.
And also, like, sorry, what's the other person's name? The partner, Robbie?
Robbie.
Yeah. They have not said any of the things that he is now talking about. This is all coming directly from Sparrow's head. Robbie has not said anything about any of this. And Sparrow said, "Go tell me why. Give me a reason. Give me a reason." But it's like you clearly know all the reasons that they have not even said, either because that's your projection or because there's a very real risk of this.
Yeah,
Bruh.
Sparrow has a lot of mental health issues, as well as physical issues. But the mental health issues are like I think bipolar disorder and
BPD.
Borderline personality disorder. I was trying to remember the full thingy.
And it's just what did you? Okay, this is another situation of what did you want them to do? Did you want them to be honest with you and leave the relationship if they fell out of love with you romantically, or did you want them to stay and be miserable with you? If you loved them so much, I would hope you wouldn't want the latter.
Yeah.
Well, obviously they wanted him to stay because they said he has an obligation to take care of them.
I missed that bit. They did what?
Yeah. Oh, hang on.
In direct words, too.
No, you're kidding.
When
I wish.
Robbie sat on the couch with them and to their face broke up with them, they had a bout of suicidal ideation. In fact, they directly said, "Well, I should just jump off a fucking cliff" to Robbie.
Here you go,
And
Melon.
then later on, when Robbie didn't do anything,
My pause.
when Robbie didn't do anything, they said that he had an obligation to take care of them after they broke up.
Okay, no. This is where the big claim he left me alone to kill myself comes from, but I didn't want him near me. Then what? Why are we having this conversation? But he knew I needed help. Wait, you didn't want him near you, but also he knew that he should have known that you needed help?
That's the least of the problems
Sir?
with that. That's the least of the
We
problems.
can't unpack that. Let's just throw out the whole suitcase. We've called the crisis hotline for me before. He called for me before and handed me the phone. For God's sake, he had my phone password so he could punch it in or call 911. He had an obligation to make sure I was safe, and he did not do that. Bruh.
Right after he broke up with you. After you two are
I
no
would
longer
break
together.
up with you too.
I double break up.
Yeah. So broken up we never dated. Let's go. I'm calling my romantic guy instead of calling for help. Or contacting his family. My family said they could handle it. An hour after the breakup, he got himself ready for work and didn't even say goodbye. He suggested my therapist, but failed to realize that her schedule. Why would he? What? Okay.
You should just
why would
inherently
he
know that.
Also,
Yeah.
Robbie literally said, "I can't do this. Talk to your therapist. You know, the person whose job it is."
Bruh. No, you can take this shit away from me. I don't want to read this no more. I'm not drunk enough for this. Hold on, let me
Fair.
fix that.
Well, fair. Okay,
Maybe
so
about at least 17 shots in.
to continue the screenshots, you left me, and somehow I'm this big scary boogeyman who may break into the apartment when I've done nothing but try to be firm in this, even after all what that happened when I didn't have to be. Then, when I ask about why you don't want me having the keys, you clam up when half my shit is piled up in the living room and you're living with my best friend that I brought up here to help her and to help us.
Can you spell bitter?
Is that why you also help us? I should be more angry. I should be mean. But clearly something else is going on, and I want some goddamn answers because I feel like I'm at least entitled to that much while I've gone from shared apartment to shoebox.
We know you feel entitled, Sparrow. At least Sparrow is, like, dumb enough to outwardly say all the terrible things they think in the most directive writing.
I mean, in fairness, because of their conditions, they don't really think they're terrible. But we can assure you, there's a lot of correcting in the behavior to fix.
To comment on something they had said publicly that I saw on Twitter, they don't claim to be the perfect victim. You're not a fucking victim.
I'm sorry, they said what?
They said on Twitter.
I'm sorry, what are they supposedly a victim of in this situation?
I don't know. But after reading this, I had said I did not want to make I didn't want to say anything without hearing both sides. And now that I'm hearing both sides, and Sparrow is now upset that other people are upset about their dog, they said
you
that
motherfucker.
Let me read out exactly what they said, so I'm not misrepresenting them.
I got the tweets right here. I never wanted to be the perfect victim, and I firmly stand by that, but the internet's made its mind up. I need help, and I'm getting help. I guess 2 years of figuring myself out wasn't enough. Gonna have to push forward with that. I know I've hurt people, and I'm sorry. Truth is, I'm an extremely broken person who is only discovering now that I have problems that medication will not fix. I need focused therapy to target specifically that. I hope I provided some context as to why I am the way I am, even if it doesn't make what I did okay. I'll be focusing on artwork and staying away from people. Many people have expressed wanting to cut contact, and I don't blame them. That's all right. At this point, I'd rather have people who can understand that I'm trying to heal. You don't...
Well,
is he saying
know what?
he's the
If that's
victim
the
of
case-
life, like in general terms? Because, like,
I
There's
don't
no
know. I don't know, and I don't care. You know what?
It's interesting.
You know what, Sparrow? If you don't care that people cut you off, good, because that's exactly what I'm fucking doing. I'm tired. No,
Also,
I'm not gonna.
it didn't seem like you were trying to heal before it got exposed how much of like a fucking dirtbag you are.
Well,
Because before you got exposed, you weren't trying to heal. It looked like you were trying to take everyone else down.
Yeah, before it was brought up, you were like, where was the healing when you were shit talking Skittles and being all like, "Hey, B, I'm so sorry that you like contributed to this." It's like,
Yeah, where was the healing when it was like, by the way, Skittles talks shit behind her back, behind her friend's back.
while you're
No,
doing the
that
same
wasn't-
thing.
Oh, well, that wasn't the case
Also-
at all.
Fuck off. You don't get to what's the word? You don't get to hijack the subject of victim shaming for not being a sweet, docile victim. When you have in fact been the aggressor, when you have been the one who is abusive, fuck off. I got shat on so hard because I got mad at the person who made my life hell for 2 years. So from experience, fuck you, dude.
Yeah, I don't like the whole idea of somebody being a perfect victim either. But you don't get to say you were a victim at all when you, on just about every single altercation that they have talked about, they started it. Not to be like childish or anything, but every single altercation that they have described in this document is something that they fucking started.
Yeah.
And then got mad when people reacted accordingly. You don't get to do that. You don't get to scream goddamn victim of anything when this is your fault.
Oh, you do not get to hijack that subject.
This is your fault. This didn't. First of all, this whole thing didn't have to be a public mess if you didn't decide, hey, by the way, don't think I didn't see that fucking tweet about you saying, hey, ex-roomie, I'll be quiet if you're quiet. And then later go adding everybody that they're fucking friends with. Or adding somebody who's helped them in the past. And say, hey, by the way, Skittles is a piece of shit. And then fucking surprise Pikachu face when it blows up in your face. You don't get to do that.
Fucking
Wait, hold on.
idiot.
Did Skittles break up with them too? Why are they mad at Skittles?
Skittles is the
Because-
roommate that they manipulated into trying to get their ex to. They were basically using Skittles as a median to get to their ex because their ex had completely cut contact. So anytime they wanted
That's
something
gross.
from their ex, they would go through Skittles.
If your ex
Yeah,
cuts
if
you
I-
off,
if
they
I-
don't, like, hot fucking take. Your ex doesn't owe you shit.
Well, no, they're
Like-
obligated to take care of them, remember?
No.
Remember? They're obligated to take care of them, remember? But they said in the doc. You know, obviously it's true.
Bruh.
They wanted to treat it as if they were
Getting
legally
another
binded
shot, fuck
together,
this.
spiritually binded together, when that wasn't the fucking case.
Wait, hold on.
Holy shit.
Wait, why am I reading the words of the sudden accusations? Hold on. Oh, for fuck's sake, hold on.
Oh, the sudden accusations were after days of trying to get a reason, and he would either ignore me or tell me to think back about maybe why he didn't want me having the keys. He told me to reflect. When Lauren's document simply states, I was home at the time, so why should they have their set of keys back? Okay, why
Also, that you didn't live there and didn't pay rent.
Okay, why shouldn't I? When I asked her at the time, she left this out on Discord, she just said, I was letting you two sort it out. And when I tried to sort it out between us, the response was for Robbie to block me as I spiraled. How the fuck is that her fault? That was
How
your
the fuck is that Robbie's fault?
that was your fault for not respecting Robbie's boundaries.
Robbie wouldn't have cut you off if you had done the thing you said you want people to do.
Also, you're putting the response was for Robbie to block me as I spiraled as I spiraled again. But like,
Also, that's not you trying to sort it out. That's you hounding on Robbie.
yeah, also, how the fuck is he supposed to know that you're spiraling? And why the fuck is that his problem?
What? Yeah, why is Robbie supposed to give a shit?
Yeah. Like, you keep bringing it up, like, Robbie kept doing this as I was spiraling. It's not Robbie's obligation to do anything for you while you're spiraling. That's your fucking problem. Like, I'm sorry, but that's the reality of it. You are under control of your mental faculties. Your mental health issues are your responsibility.
May I ask real quick, are these dated by any chance?
What? The conversation?
The text messages?
Yes, are these by any chance?
Yeah, the
Like,
majority
yeah.
of it happens on August 28th, but it starts on August 26th.
Okay. Thank you for that. I just needed some context for some tweets I'm looking at. This is before the doc. I needed to see because I distinctively remember them saying if you keep quiet I will. But I can't seem to find that specific tweet. Maybe it's in the doc that Skittles had because they were logging their subtweeting. But I want to bring this up to the room again because I stopped fucking caring after this. The behavior is abhorrent and I don't give a shit. To my ex-roommate complaining about her stress. Damn, bro, that's tough, but remember who put us in this situation. You lost a close friend because you didn't stand up for them. You didn't get booted out of your home. You weren't forced to go back to your family's home. You two assholes would rather call a wellness check than talk to me after I was left high and dry by everyone. I have my top surgery postponed because of you two. And yes, I'm saying you two because you also were hands off. So much for your closest friend. I've been struggling after hospitalization because my life was uprooted thanks to him. You said you weren't able to deal with me just like he did. How dare you claim you understand mental illness when your closest friend is struggling? You should be ashamed. Despite being given a new diagnosis, you could Google it and get a basic understanding. You didn't care. You were too busy trying to catch him while he was upset with I'm far from done. I'm far from done. You talk about replacing things because I'm forced to leave, but I owned 75% of what was there, bitch. I have half a mind to take the couch and love seat and just throw them out in front of you. You couldn't stand up to him for your closest friend. You didn't even try to call me when I struggled with suicidal ideation. Then I was talking to other people, which is what I needed. You two called for a wellness check when you know I'm still fighting with hospital bills, when I just needed someone to talk to. Then got upset at me because I dared to have ideation but no plan to go forward with these dark thoughts. as if you need a plan to hate life and leave it living. You don't understand mental illness. You're so gung ho to call for a check instead of calling me. Driving the 45 minutes yourself, literally anything. So don't pretend you care when you don't go the distance. Wellness checks should be a last resort. After this weekend, I don't want to hear from either of you. You haven't been a good friend, and if you gave a rat's ass about me, you'd understand my whole life was destroyed. I'm in agony from my joint pain. My stress is through the roof. You want to cry about your stress? Cry to him. And remember, this was his cowardice that got us here. He wanted me to fake happiness, just like
No!
just like Skittles' ex-boyfriend.
There's no way he said that.
I'll come by periodically to get my mail since I can't contact you two cowards. So don't be too surprised if I come by. Time-sensitive documents. I'll keep to myself if you do. That's what I was looking for.
Oh my god, I did not know about the just like, Skittles abusive ex. Holy shit!
This is public. They put this publicly themselves.
Holy shit! What? They named the ex too? Holy shit!
Yes, it is. Again, I read it out loud because it is publicly posted and it is proper to internet scrutiny as everything else here.
Holy fuck! Also, fuck you. You want to call the authorities instead of calling me Yes, of course I would rather call the police who can actually do something instead of driving 45 minutes to go potentially find a dead body, you stupid bitch.
But again,
Jesus
this
Christ.
is I want to say this right now. This is still I don't want people to go and attack them. I do not. That's not going to help anybody, and that's not right. However, this is on their public Twitter. This is still publicly known on their Twitter, but I want everyone to know that was said on the 13th of, this is the 9th month, right?
Yes.
Yeah, this 13th of this month.
I'm gonna go ahead and screenshot all of that. Because fuck you.
What, Moonlit Butterfly? If you're gonna say something, say something. If there's criticism that you have for me, just fucking say it.
Okay, we don't even fight with chat.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear that? I was playing Animal Crossing.
B, are you kidding me?
I didn't want to interrupt.
But
Wait, you're telling me that the whole time we've been reading this out, the fucking chat's just been hearing little shit like fucking.
No,
I didn't. Here's the thing. I didn't dox them. I'm not doxing anyone. People already know their Twitter. This is on their public Twitter. I am saying everything that is already made public to people.
Wait,
I have not doxed
Oh, sorry.
anybody, so I don't know
where did doxing come from? Could
I
you
don't know.
explain?
I am reading from their public Twitter that people already know about because people have already been quote tweeting their document and whatnot. So people know their Twitter. This is on their public Twitter. It's not a private Twitter. I read everything that they posted verbatim, except for naming the apps.
I'm confused at what you're getting at.
So please tell me where I doxed them. I would love to know.
I don't think they were implying you did. I think they were just worried about the potential because they were ignorant of what that entailed.
Why? Yes, because I have a history of fucking doxing
No,
people. What?
because they don't
Ellie.
know. They don't know the extent of what information's in the tweet, Ellie.
Well,
Because they
I'm sorry.
can't see the tweet, so they don't know what you're about to say. So they were worried
Dial it
that
back.
you were going to accidentally dox someone. Chillax.
No. Well, I don't necessarily like being assumed a doxer. I don't like just being assumed of that.
I don't think they were assuming that. I think they were just thinking that if it may happen as a mistake. They were worried.
I don't know. Well, here, if it helps put your mind at ease, I don't know their personal information that isn't already public. I don't know their number. I don't know their address.
We'll dial it back.
Anywho. Blah, 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 blah.
Also,
I spiraled again.
y'all are in a shared space together. So if you want to hash it out, you can do it privately.
I guess Robbie blocked me as I spiraled again. Was it one of my best moments? Absolutely not.
Why'd you read it like that?
Robbie blocked me as I spiraled again.
I mean, it just seems like it makes sense. Was it one of my best moments? Absolutely not. I'm not at all going to excuse everything here. But some of it. But again, I was not in the right mindset having just gotten out of the hospital. And aren't you supposed to be... Okay. And it will take more than one therapy session post-hospitalization to help with BPD. I was still in pain, and again, I was completely uprooted after hospitalization. I was hurt and felt stuck and didn't at all understand what the issue was. I tried to talk about it, and when that didn't work, I lashed out. Lashing out wasn't okay, but given everything going on, am I the only one to blame?
Yes.
Yeah.
Did I return to an am I the asshole? Let's go.
Like, Sparrow, you weren't uprooted. You drove, dude, like, you were given options on how to stay. You were given other options on where to go. Instead, you chose to threaten suicide, go drive, throw your keys away to Robbie and say, I'm never coming back, and then go to the hospital. And then you have the audacity to be surprised when, like, you were expected to stay somewhere else. Especially because, again, you aren't paying rent. Like, the one claim to legitimacy that you can have in staying in place. You don't have a job because you fucking quit it on impulse. Like, dude, yes, you are the only one to blame here.
You are the
I'm just
only...
confused as to what Sparrow seems to believe he was owed in this situation.
Everything, apparently.
Keys. That's the only thing I can think of.
Key.
So far, it seems like Sparrow's entitled to others' time, their energy, their caretaking abilities,
Their money.
housing, money, keys.
I mean, realistically, it sucks. Don't get me wrong. Like, being broken up with and having to move out and all that jazz, that sucks.
They're not.
But
They're not.
They're not.
They're not in the
like-
wrong for being upset.
Yeah, but just because someone at some point in time was with you, it doesn't mean that they're obligated to make sure that your life is perfect. Like, if they don't love you no more, they don't have to stay with you.
Yup.
What's that one song? By
I don't
Invoke.
know. Oh god, I don't fucking know. I don't listen to weird shit.
Oh, you bitch. You fucking racist ass bitch. It's My Lovin' by Invoke.
Oh yeah.
Why is that racist?
Because they're black!
I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
I'm mentally checking out.
I just said it was weird. 'Cause I just wanted to see what you reacted with. I don't fucking know that band.
Well, I mean, you saw what my reaction was.
Yeah, it sounded like, yeah, getting called racist.
I mean,
Be racist next time.
isn't that just like every day?
Oh my god.
I am not racist.
No, I
at
don't
all.
mean you. I mean like truly saying someone's racist. It's
Oh
like,
no.
let me be like, haha, gotcha.
You-
Thank
According
you.
to according to a certain person's fans,
Oh,
that sounds accurate.
Well,
I
was more-
Please be more specific next time. Where you say the
I was more
Is it
referring
me?
to it in a comedic or like helpful sense, but haha.
I would just say weird. 'Cause
No, I get that, B. I just wanted to make another joke on top of it.
Fuck yeah.
It didn't land.
I'm
I'm
sorry.
horrible. I'm gonna go end it all.
No!
I'm throwing you.
Alright, let's continue.
Okay,
Don't know what
chat.
I got.
JK! J.K. Simmons.
What? What about him?
His
I knew
first name
somebody
is
who had a
J.K.
crush.
Oh, okay.
I knew someone who had a crush on him in high school.
I had to figure out some name that started with J.K. and I didn't want to end with Rowling.
I think it's J.J. Simmons. I think it's J.J.
No, it's JK. Wait.
It doesn't matter. Continue.
It is-
Dog.
I did lash out again after he blocked me too on Discord. I wanted Lauren to see what was going on, and I did say some hard things. Due to the conversation we had previously, the one Lauren mentioned at the beginning of her doc, I had been telling myself I wasn't going to sugarcoat how I was feeling. So I told it like it was. I couldn't believe my one healthy adult relationship had come to this. I think that was supposed to be once healthy adult relationship had come to this. I couldn't believe I was ready to end myself over him, or that I wasted the majority of my adult life with what? Okay, majority of my adult life with him. If I was going to help myself, I was going to have to do things on my own. Yes. That included.
Wait, Sparrow has 2 other boyfriends?
That included the GoFundMe. Yeah, Sparrow has 2 other boyfriends. Because
Bitch, hit them up.
Sparrow's polyamorous. Yeah, but Sparrow's not marrying them.
Jesus Christ.
Where was it? Oh no, I lost it. I was gonna help us. It had been 3 days, and despite mentioning the storage unit prices to Lauren, no progress was discussed. I mean, you were sort of. I was still back and forth to doctor's appointments, a lot of follow-ups with my medical team, so I trusted my friend to be in charge of that. Much like we handled a GoFundMe in her honor years prior.
Wait.
Which, you fucking...
I did discredit.
Yeah. After... Wait, so you're like, oh yeah, we handled this GoFundMe in her honor years prior, and it's like the same GoFundMe you tried to discredit, like, on Twitter a week ago?
Lauren says that you didn't tell her the storage prices. If you're saying you did, show that!
I mean, I guess, how would they? They'd have to, like, have taken a screenshot of the notice.
Wait, how would they what?
Well, I thought the way that Skittles wrote it in her document, it was like a note, like a piece of physical paper on their countertop in the apartment.
I guess, but like text Lauren, you obviously have no problem blowing up her phone.
Yeah, just tell her like, hey, can you please get around to the Google Doc? Oh my god, you know, it goes back to your fucking communication issues.
I'm gonna die.
Commit crimes.
Yeah, Sparrow was freaking out earlier,
Commit
apparently,
crimes in Minecraft.
because their dad said that they had communication issues, and all they've expressed throughout this document is that he was right.
Well, that's implying that they actually have issues communicating, and it's not just plain old manipulation. It could be either.
Damn!
I'm sorry. Full disclosure, I'm like 3 bottles of Bailey's in.
Fuck yeah.
Sorry, 3 cups, not bottles.
Oh my god.
Mally, I mean, you know I dealt with someone like that, so, like, facts.
After this, I decided to make it myself since she was clearly too preoccupied with other things, like packing up my things while I wasn't there. What?
When were they meant to do it?
Fuck off?
If I had your shit in my apartment, it'd be out the window by now. What are you talking about?
The detour. Originally, I did feel bad about getting Lauren involved in a messy breakup, as this was...
Is that what you call her? The detour? Jesus Christ.
But since Robbie was not speaking to me, she was left to play messenger. I was only told by her a few days before the 2nd that people were coming by to help clean. No explanation as to who they were, how many, who was going to see what. I was already iffy about Robbie going through all my items and packing them because, yes, they packed up my items. I got very little say in that by reasoning of, let's make it easier for you without asking how I felt about it. Truth be told, I was very uncomfortable with it. And I voiced frustration at how Lauren prioritized pots and pans to give to my parents over my shampoo before I got out of the What?
Bitch, I don't care.
Like, your shampoo? Why would she not prioritize pots and pans over your shampoo? You buy shampoo all the fucking time.
Like... Oh...
Pots and pans, like, that could be expensive to have to replace a whole
Yeah,
fucking
spoken
set.
like someone who's never had to buy pots and pans.
Oh.
Sorry.
Damn!
Let me just shut up and go into the
Melly, hit him again! Hit him again, Melly!
Oh no. Pots and pans that would be going into storage for up to a year. Yeah, because you don't want to have to buy a whole nother set again. And we planned to get at a later date, but that was one of the first items to go. It felt like they were rushing me out of the door, and I told her that. You were the one that ran out of the fucking apartment. Ugh. I guess Sparrow's mentality is like, I couldn't go back to the apartment. I had to go live with my parents. But, like, they didn't outright say that the hospital said that. They sort of just, like, implied it. It's like, you could still be living at the fucking apartment. Nobody kicked you out. But, like...
You made the decision.
Yeah, now that you're out...
And then everyone was like, okay, I guess that's it.
Yeah, you're just... You're upset that they're actually moving you out. It's like, yes, they want to clean up the clutter.
Also, you don't have a job and you can't pay rent.
Yeah. Also, like, one of the issues they were having is, like, they were having difficulty maintaining the apartment
Was that song by Doja Cat?
you weren't contributing. So then they invite a bunch of people to help and come in and do what you weren't able to do. It's like, yeah, obviously they would try to get that done as soon as possible. This was clearly a long-standing issue. Why would they not do it as soon as they can? It feels like they were rushing me out the door, and I told her that. It's interesting that it wasn't mentioned in the document in any capacity. Okay? That you told her you felt like you were being rushed out the door. You left. Alright.
You left and said you were never coming back.
Plus, maybe Lauren doesn't remember that. Like, if it felt like... was this at the actual thing, or was that, like... in screenshot? Because I feel like if it was in screenshot, you would have showed us. If it was like at the thing, maybe Lauren doesn't remember you saying that. For all we know, you didn't say that. As for the mention of Robbie not being in the apartment, it was a statement that I did not need him. If he was going to be that way, then I wasn't comfortable with him being there. That's not what those...
Allow me to translate. Robbie put down a boundary, and I was not comfortable with Robbie having a boundary.
Yeah. Well,
I was not comfortable not having control.
In Skittles' document, it was implied by... It was basically stated that Sparrow wanted Robbie out of the apartment while they were there getting their stuff. But, like, that's not reasonable. And now here they're saying, like, I didn't actually want him out of the apartment. The statement was that I did not need him. And then they go on to say, if he was going to be that way, then I wasn't comfortable with him being there. And said that he needed to be out of the apartment that day. And it's like, okay, so you're like, no, I didn't...
No.
It's like...
What?
So, yes, you did ask him out of the apartment. You don't have the right to do that. It's Robbie's apartment. He pays rent. You can't force him to leave. Does my dad have back issues? Yeah, but between him, my mom, and myself, we could push through it if it meant not having to deal with Robbie. Oh, my... So you're willing to put your dad in physical potential distress? And you, the person who's, like,
Mr. fucking Fragile Boy, who's constantly in pain, apparently. Like, you're like, yeah, me and my, like, back pain riddled dad and my mom, we can do this together. We don't need my boyfriend to help. Or ex, sorry.
This document is trash. I can't handle 5 more pages of this.
What? Like, any other fucking day, you're riddled with pain. And here you're like, yeah, no, I don't need Robbie to do this for me. It's like, make up your fucking mind. Fuck.
Oh shit, B.
What?
I just realized that your Twitch, your stream topic is wrong. This entire time this has been listed as an art stream.
Oh,
There, I flashed art for a second.
What do you mean? This is art.
Yeah,
It's
it's
an art piece. What are you talking about?
It's art.
It's art trademarked.
Yeah. Okay, so does my dad have back issues? Yeah, blah blah blah. We could do it. The last time Robbie was there to help move stuff at the time, he came to my dad trying to get validation, when for the most part he stayed out of it. What?
Huh?
What? The last time Robbie was there to help move stuff at the time, he came to my dad to move stuff. At the time he came to my dad trying to get validation, when for the most part he stayed out of it.
I'll be back.
okay.
I need to get a fucking drink.
That is so poorly worded, but I think what Sparrow is saying here is that Robbie tried to talk to their dad the last time they were around one another, and maybe like they're not really saying, like, this could mean fucking anything, and this is based on, like, Sparrow's interpretation, which, like, Sparrows acknowledge they have these mental health issues that can skew their interpretations of people and their reactions and interactions and whatnot, and relationships. It's like, why aren't you telling us exactly what was said? You can't convey to us, like, I'm sorry to point out the reality of the situation, but if you want to acknowledge that you have these mental health issues, you have to acknowledge the fact that your perception of situations may be compromised. So, like, why are you not telling us exactly what Robbie was saying to your dad that was him seeking validation? For all we know, this is you seeing something that wasn't there, and it's just like a means of conveying Robbie in a not terribly great light, because you're in a mindset where you can't view anything other than that at the moment. Like, if you want to be all like, I have these issues, fine, we'll talk like you have these issues and acknowledge that you potentially are an unreliable narrator.
I got a muffin and a Pepsi.
Hello. I want you out of your house by October 1st. I'm coming for the food in your fridge. No!
Demona, attack.
Ah, no, she would just rub.
Bite ankle attack.
She would fart.
You wish. Demona's not a biter. She doesn't know what the concept is.
It's like my cats with hissing. My cats have literally never hissed in their lives.
Okay, 16th, I had also discussed not having Robbie there on the 16th to my parents, and they were okay with it. Well, that's not... Okay, whatever.
Here, I'll write for you in chat.
Maybe it's because I mentally, like, clocked out of the conversation. Or clocked out of the fucking doc. But what does this have to do with anything?
It's just useless. It's like, point is, you don't have the right to demand that Robbie not be in the apartment. We couldn't prevent them from being there, so why were they allowed to tell someone to leave? Lauren, if tensions are high enough, then to avoid...
Oh my god, I'm gonna throw up everywhere, all over everybody.
Seems
Why?
a little extreme.
Because my tummy hurt.
Fair.
Like, go to the bathroom.
No, I'll go to bed.
Are we back?
Yes. Okay,
Okay.
so...
Shitting, peeing, screaming, crying.
What was the last thing they heard?
Chat, everyone let us know what you last heard.
I hope the last thing you heard was screaming, crying, throwing up.
Tell us right now or you get banned.
All of you.
All of you.
Every
All
single
of you.
one. The heavens crashing around. I assume we were all like, the apartment's not big enough for him to just stay in another room and have no contact with us. Unless he stayed in your room, referring to Lauren, or the bathroom with the door closed and his ears plugged. But again, why would he need to have his ears plugged?
I guess
Is he
another
not
thing we
allowed
talked
to
about,
hear what's going on?
I think when the stream died, we had just gotten onto the, hey, Lauren, if things were stressful, you should have walked away. And then we said, yeah, Robbie tried doing that and you threw your fucking keys at him.
Oh my god, why the fuck did that jump so... What the fuck?
What?
I looked at the viewers like 2 seconds ago and it said 66. What the hell happened?
I think this was the stream. Got that.
What are the viewers at now?
I don't want
51.
Sure.
I'm looking at it right here. You think I'm fucking lying?
That's
Yes.
good. That's a lot better than what it says for me.
Well, again, I don't know. I just know that it said
I'm gonna refresh my chat. Nope, that didn't help.
51.
Okay.
51 for me.
I'm just gonna... Okay. Shit, where was I? Okay, here.
Plug
Being
the
moved
ear.
out of the apartment. Why is it that my uncomfortability is being questioned, but not his or yours for that matter? What?
Because you didn't show any. You were very comfortable being on the aggro. You were
Oh.
very comfortable doing shit.
Because they're questioning that. They're not questioning why you're uncomfortable around Robbie, dumbass. They're questioning why you think it's appropriate to force him out of his fucking apartment. Oh my god. Like, yeah, I get it. It's an uncomfortable situation, but you don't have the right to force him out of his apartment. Like, yeah, he can just stay in another room. Or you could just fucking deal. Like, oh my god.
Oh no, I just dropped my alcohol wipes and spaghetti.
No. Anyone
It's
else
not like
with me with
you're going to
me?
be
Yeah.
there for long anyways.
As for the trash, congratulations. I was depressed. Certain items pile up when they should not have, and I wholeheartedly admit that. I didn't talk about the disgusting old yogurt containers and coffee mugs in your room, or the gross food on your desk, or your weekly depression showers.
Bitch, it was in her room. It was not in the living room.
Yeah.
Yeah, where was that fucking burrito again?
You turned into a joke after you finally took one. It was on the floor. This wasn't something that needed to be aired out in this way, but congrats, I guess. Let's make fun of something you've also... Oh.
I'm sorry, did you not try and air out shit about Lauren before this document came out that did not need to be the public's business?
You didn't... Okay, what? No, you... Okay, you, sir? Shut up. Shut up. That is simply all I'm saying. Shut up.
How
Wait,
many more pages of
what
this do
the
we have?
fuck is he going on about
too
here?
many.
Hang on. Hang on. So, this... let's make fun of something you've also done, and something I have explained that I deal with brain fog from my many health issues. Was it okay? No. Did you ever actually talk to me about it? Also, no. I literally do not fucking understand what the hell he's talking about here.
I think he's saying you did this too, so like, sure, make fun of me for it when it's something you've also done. And also, you didn't even talk to me about this. When it's like, bitch.
But like,
Shut up.
why bring up and something I have explained that I deal with brain fog from my many health. Like, does brain fog make you forget a burrito on the floor?
Apparently.
Like, that doesn't sound
Also,
like brain
brain
fog. That
fog,
sounds like Alzheimer's.
Well, also, you say that they never had a conversation. What if you forgot they had a conversation because of brain fog?
Holy shit. 4D chess.
I'm just like a genuine question. Like, wouldn't that also affect your memory?
7D chess.
What even do they mean by brain fog?
It's a thing that can happen as a result of fibromyalgia. It's like a pain thing. Pain makes you forgetful.
Okay.
Sometimes you just fucking your brain fries.
Good morning, Susan.
Morning.
Why would you call her Susan?
It is.
I often call Susie by her full first name.
Yeah.
I didn't think you even had one. I thought it was just Susie.
It is 2 in the morning.
I'm so sorry.
Okay, so I'm gonna continue because it is 4:30 a.m. for me, and I would actually like to get some sleep at some point.
I would like to stop reading this.
You know when you were a kid. Shh. You know when you were a kid and stayed in your room, your parents might joke, "Look who finally joined us," which made you feel worse and want to not participate. Those levels of jokes were made every time I cleaned. It was embarrassing, and I felt humiliated for struggling the way that I did. Lauren was especially vocal. Oh, wow. Nothing to show for that. Okay, interesting. And before anybody tries to sit here and claim I wanted some sort of praise for taking care of myself, I'd honestly rather attention not to be brought to it. What? Not some big grand display of her waving her arms and trying to get a laugh, because all it did was make me feel worse. Oh my god, she was trying to bring some fucking light to the situation. How she didn't see how uncomfortable I was, followed by, oh.
So again, you can't communicate. Okay, good to know. Moving forward,
Well,
I don't give a fuck.
It's also like Sparrow's got the fucking nerve to be all like, "Can you believe that she didn't understand how I was feeling?" Meanwhile, Sparrow, knowing the answer to the fucking question, constantly berating Robbie and not cluing in on the fact that Robbie is setting boundaries and they shouldn't be overtaking them.
Oh, is this a document by Sparrow?
Yes.
It's the worst thing I've ever read in my. That's a lie, but like it's pretty bad.
Like, you are one
I've
to
probably read
fucking
worse.
talk about someone not being able to clue in on someone else's emotions.
And even then, Robbie spelled it out for you to look inward.
Yeah. And you even in knowing the answer, because you've detailed it so many fucking times to us, you don't care, because that's not what you actually fucking care about. Have you gone over the video? No. Okay, where are we?
Oh God.
I don't think we can get back to that today.
Followed by it continuing to happen is genuinely gross. Looking back at
Yeah, I
times like
don't have
this
the willpower.
makes me wonder if she ever cared about if I got better. Also,
Shut the fuck up.
Also, let it show for the record, in 6+ weeks of staying at my parents', there's been no mess, and not because my parents would scold or clean up after me. I am trying to do better, and I have, now that I'm out of a toxic environment.
Shut up.
You know what?
Just throw the whole suitcase out.
I
Just throw it all
wonder-
out. You don't have time to unpack all of that.
I wonder though, why mention not because my parents would scold or clean up after me? Is that because that is what is happening? That they would scold you for not cleaning? And that they do it when you don't? Okay. Interesting.
I don't know, because are you talking about with Lauren and Robin?
What?
Yes.
Or with the parents? Yeah.
The parents, yes.
Oh, okay. I had to make sure I heard that correctly.
I'm not sure why she brought up my standing off to the side at that point. It had been a few hours and my car was full of boxes, and yes, my hip was hurting. This was known. At this time, I had an appointment coming up for a steroid shot to my hip, and making multiple trips to the third-story apartment had aggravated that hip that needed medical attention. I potentially have a labrum tear. It was unclear on the MRI due to its location. Okay. I thought Sparrow specifically said, like, he walked off to stand off to the side and did something. Am I remembering that wrong?
I think he was texting somebody at the time. That's what it was. That was what Skittles' document said.
Yeah, and then didn't she, like, provide text messages, or am I just remembering that wrong?
I have to look at that again. I have to look at the document again.
Okay.
I don't remember. I don't remember right off the top of my head.
Anyway, the day itself had gone by fine enough until a joke was made that potentially Robbie's engagement ring was found in one of the couches. It had been lost at some point because he does not wear rings on his fingers. In waiting for a proper necklace, it was misplaced. I was blamed, and I don't doubt it. I can't remember who lost it because it was so long ago. What? Okay. But upon leaving, I did mention wanting Robbie to have told me if people were coming by to clean. I found it very weird that I had to find out through Lauren that his friends were coming over to help. Well, Lauren
Probably because he blocked.
I've already. Is it back?
Yes, okay, quick. Fuck, where was I?
Toronto.
Okay, here we go. Coworkers, it was his friends were coming over to help clean the apartment and go through my items. Yes, I still think he should have been an adult and told me himself, or at least told my mom so she could tell me. What? Then what the hell is wrong with Skittles telling you? If it's okay with your mom telling you.
It's stupid, bitch.
Oh my god. He was treating her as my attorney. He was treating her as my attorney or my counsel at the time. No. You were treating her like that. Oh my god. At this time. And it feels kind of odd that Lauren had to mention it on her own. Like he was willing to just not tell me something was going to come. Someone was going to come by and possibly handle my items who I potentially didn't know. Much of our friend group was mutual, but some coworkers I haven't met, and it was anxiety inducing to have some stranger touch my things. Thankfully, it was two people who I knew relatively well, his longtime friend, now manager, and the friend's girlfriend. I wasn't told names, though, and only found out when I arrived. Okay, well, why do you need their names? You don't know the people. What are their names going to do for you? You can be introduced to them when you get there.
No, B, you don't understand. They need to have absolute control over the entirety of the situation at all times.
That is what it feels like.
Yeah.
When I got back home, after feigning happiness all day, I realized that wasn't okay, and wait!
We're waiting.
Sorry. You got communication issues, and you want to be all like, yeah, I pretended to be happy all day. Like, I kind of get it to an extent, but also that's funny. I realized
being cordial. I mean, it could be cordial, but...
Yeah, I wanted to talk to him. He was completely fine with chatting and making jokes while I was there, sometimes even talking to me despite my discomfort. You just said you were...
Hold on, didn't you just say that you were pretending to be happy all day, but suddenly like, oh god, forbid that he make jokes while I'm there?
Also,
you wanted him
also, they're saying like he was doing this despite my discomfort. You were pretending to be happy. How the fuck was he supposed to know that you were uncomfortable?
I can't do this.
Things were looking up,
not strong enough.
but he still had things we needed to work through. I wanted to work through them if we're going to try to talk amicably in that manner. At this point, in the screenshots Lauren showed, I wasn't even upset at either of them. Seeing now how she actually felt at the time instead of telling me is pretty gross.
What did you just say?
You?
I'm sorry.
Absolute fucking buffoon.
You troglodyte. But I guess I had to find out the hard way.
Fucking Homer Neanderthalis over here.
The
Jesus
hard way.
Christ.
Like being called out by someone you thought was your friend on Twitter. Oh, wait.
I wonder what that's like.
What? You were doing that to Skittles? Oh, no. Okay.
Well, you see, they were sliding in all these several ways.
They
They
have zero
have
brain cells.
After talking to me for a while, I received a call from my mom, who was a state away on a vacation. Wait. So, why would they have given that to your mom? Why would he have told you? Your mom was a state away on vacation, and you were all like, "Why did Skittles tell me this and not Robbie? He could have gone through my mom." Your mom, who was a state away on vacation.
Every time the more we keep reading, the more I keep thinking about when Mally first joined and was just like, you ever get the other side of the person's story and it's just worse.
I miss the person I was 3 hours ago.
I'm suing for emotional damages. Thank you.
Oh, apparently Sparrow's like, I'm not the same person I was 2 minutes ago. Give me back the keys.
It was Labor Day weekend. She told me that Robbie had called her to tell me to stop contacting Lauren. Oh, wait. She told me that Robbie had called her to tell me to stop contacting Lauren. It was not leave us be. It was Robbie telling my mom to tell me to stop talking to my friend who did not tell me no. If she had...
Because when somebody tries to put a boundary with you, you lose your fucking mind.
If she had been willing...
In fairness, though, if my ex contacted my mother and then said, "Hey, don't talk to your friend," I wouldn't have a bar of that. In fairness,
I mean, true. However, in hindsight, when Lauren did say they wanted space, Sparrow lost her fucking mind about it.
Oh yeah, that's true. Lauren was like, "Hey, I need space," and then Sparrow fucking blew up their DMs and was like, "I'm gonna block you. I hope I don't wake up tomorrow."
Yeah, it wasn't even like, "Hey, stop talking to me. I don't ever want to talk to you again." It was, "I need space because you are actively dragging me into a thing between you and your ex-boyfriend." But yeah, guys, they're totally fucking reasonable, apparently.
so reasonable, the most reasonable.
And this person I was like,
bullshit, you lying bitch. Sorry.
I what?
No, sorry, I'm reading the document.
I'm sorry, I spaced over. Here, would you like to read for a bit? My voice could use a break.
Oh,
Sure,
yeah.
I'll read.
Is it 3 a.m. where you are?
It's
4 a.m.
5
Yeah.
almost.
Yeah.
Oh, that's even worse than. Okay. Never mind, you beat me.
Also,
If
I had
she-
jury duty yesterday. Whatever.
Instead of luring me into this false sense of hope, I absolutely would have backed off. Bullshit! You didn't do that with Robbie, and you didn't do that with Lauren. Shut the fuck up. I wouldn't have gone back to the apartment as my hip was already in pain. Oh my god. At this point, having him call my mother to what? Scold me, spank me, tell me no. Given my emotional state, I was furious and hurt, so I told Lauren I was on my way. No, you said make Robbie talk to me, or I go back to the apartment.
Yeah, we saw the screenshots. We
That you
know.
put in here.
We saw the conversation. Why are you telling us how it went when we literally saw it happen? Hello, Demona. Good morning.
I see. The prison mate Luke effect. Let's go. Bold move.
You
Let's see
just
what's
fucking-
forgotten.
Mally, you can't just say that name.
I can and did.
Mally, don't. He who shall not be named.
PTSD.
You're gonna summon Creepshaw. You're gonna summon Creepshaw, one of his Horcruxes.
You're just gonna summon the worst people I can think of.
Or sorry, I'm guessing. No, Prison Mate
Not the
is
worst.
Creepshaw's Horcrux.
Dude, I hate
is that
so
so
many
true?
people.
Why can't we all
Anyway.
just like?
Wait, does that
No,
mean
I'm
Peaches
not.
is Harry Potter?
You need to
Pretty
stop.
much. I mean, in fairness, everyone that like tried to fuck up Rosie's life has just died. They're gone. It's over.
Somebody said that they must have like the best guardian angel known to man.
Fucking
Well, I mean,
Professor
their
Quirrell.
guardian angel was slacking for like 1 day and it ruined their life, so they're making up overtime.
Fair.
No,
Oh my god.
either or. Continue.
Let it be known that on the record, I pulled him aside and was like, hey, what the fuck? I just watched these videos. What is